they are reaching their individual set targets on getting the benefits out of those automation. What's missing is that since each company is individually automating, they are reaching their targets, but if there is a collaborative approach towards partners, there is a way to maximize the benefits. So total cost of ownership could be further reduced if there is a proper connection between a partner automation tools and the customer automation tools. Agility and resilience, yes, we know these 4 pillars very clearly. A collaboration with the partners would strengthen the information in the decision making, would create more leadership, industry leadership, will get you better planning for your future, and operational responsiveness would be increased. So this collaboration will build a more resilient ecosystem at the end of the day. In the strategic MRO inventory outsourcing, we have seen many developments over the past, from stocking by yourself to outsourcing the stocking. And there are many objectives, from working capital reductions to reducing the replenishment acquisition cost to pay-per-use, and all these objectives are there on the table. And currently there are many practices also, VMI, self-stocking, consignment stocking. But there are many challenges suppliers also face at the same time. Call it as misalignment of objectives, maybe lack of automation. At the end of the day, there is missing willingness to share the necessary data which could lead to the better stock keeping. So what are the results at the end of the day is either increased material prices for the end client, or no success in the model, or at the end of the day objectives are unrealized. So what we see that there needs to be a collaboration between the partners, which would definitely not only successfully implement the strategic inventory outsourcing model, but this can lead to even more smarter inventory management, where nobody owns the material in the supply chain. It is right timely ordered and right timely delivered. Value creation in MRO space, which is, yes, from reactive buying, procurement has moved to the cost and attacking the, or reducing down the total cost of ownership. But collaborative approach can be done for the value creation. That value creation could be local technical support, could be intangible, could be, at the end of the day, some hard and soft facts carrying, but the resultant would be definitely empowered procurement teams, and also would lead to local value creation. SRM, we did talk about yesterday also. Some of the participants also mentioned this, that major role is either onboarding or transactional management, creating a contract, but not really relational based. So we have been doing in the past at arm's length dealing. What we propose is the partnership mindset, where you could even increase the relational level. And at the end of the day, it would never be only the purchaser and account manager dealing. It would be multi-dimensional teams dealing with the client's teams to bring many solutions on the table. And the whole ecosystem could be changed. All the parties would get leverage and will have a common vision leading to the continuous improvement. Process outsourcing, we all know about it. I would not go into too much details here, but our proposition is that a collaborative approach towards that could lead to domain and functional expertise from a particular supplier. An illustration could be the 80-20 spend, where you have 20% of the spend but covering 80% of the volume or the transactions or number of transactions or workload. A partnered approach could identify the right area where a collaborative approach would work in getting all these benefits, shorter cycle times, better resource utilization, and lowered cost of ownership. With this, there could be many arguments, many areas which we can talk about depending on the workloads, efforts, volume versus spend value, and there we can identify which are the areas where we need a collaborative approach with a partner to further work it out. At the end of the day, it would lower your TCO through collaboration and optimization. Last and most important is the localization, which is in place. Everybody knows about it. The government and regulatory authorities are creating their own set of rules. to support national economic strategies, to create also sustainable job opportunities and localized production of goods and services. And then there are companies, procurements, who have to follow those regulations. And they are further dealing with different set of local and foreign stockist suppliers, who are the business enablers in the MRO procurement value chain. Companies, they formulate their own localization strategies, localization programs. And and on the authority regulations and the factors concerning their own business. Same way, all these parties in the business enablers in the supply chain, they also create or formulate their own localization strategies based on authority regulations, their customers' localization strategies, and the factors concerning their business units. So a partnered approach could be brought in where a procurement integrator can come who can deal with all these complexities, at the same time follow the government regulations and the requirements of the clients. That would lead to more successful and sustainable localization, increase the competitiveness, and better resource utilization. And at the end of the day, the consolidated industry cluster purchase would create a lot of opportunities for local productions facilities here in the kingdom. So outcome of our learning from the last 4+ decades, we became a strong partner in MRO spare procurement. We reinforced our partnership model in-house. In December 2021, we launched our V-Line Y. Not only that we announced it, we have started living it. With every step we take, we strive for strong partnerships. We believe in growing together. And with that being said, we strongly believe that the challenges what are on the table, within the MRO procurement, a collaborative approach can create a difference. And that would turn the table from what is in it for me to what is in it for we. And that is very important factor. If we have to find or achieve the desired benefits of automation or call it localization or procurement outsourcing or even vendor stocking program, we need to collaborate more. We need to share data with each other. We need to have more collaborative approach where we could identify those areas. So I'm open along with my team. We have a booth here. We can also have the customer visits any point of time. All these services are in line with this collaborative approach. Call it vendor stocking program or initial spare parts provisioning or cost plus, vending machine as a service, brand management, condition monitoring tools. These are all in line with the localization. These are all in line with the local value creation, but this requires a partnership approach, and we are open to discuss it any point of time. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, I will go.
Thank you, Mr. Hassanan. Now it is recognition time. So we need Mr. Abdurrahman Dalan on the stage. Let us welcome Mr. Sulaiman Hisha. Let us welcome also Mr. Saleh Al-Suwaiti. I'm sorry. Welcoming Mr. Bernard. Mr. Hani Saigh. Mr. Hassanan Jamil. Now it is a networking break. So thank you all and see you back at 10:15. Come please. Where is okay, third session?
Second session, no? Second session, like this one?
No, I need day 2.
Day 2, yes.
Yes, day 2. Session 2. هلا والله كيف حالك؟
Alexander.
Alexander.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Get the mic, please.
No, I prefer...
You prefer this one? Yes. I need just to get.
Can I go to last one? Yes, please. Okay. Can I
yes.
with this one? Okay.
Hello. Welcome everyone again. We'll start inshallah within a minute. Come, Mr. Alex.
Hello. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Mudir. Tell them to come inside.
ايه مرة خلاص. ايه هو المتحدث.
So I can put this one here, huh?
Yes. This yours, huh?
Yeah. This one I can change this one?
Yes.
With Raid? Yes.
Oh, this is a very nice picture.
Huh?
This is a very nice picture.
Leave it like this. Okay. This is yours?
Yes.
Okay.
You could
This
put
one.
yours.
Yes.
We will just ask some question till the people come.
You can call them there. Maybe you call them.
We'll start, don't worry.
Huh? You can call them outside.
We will start within a minute, but let us just till the other will come. We will just distribute the mic to get your comment, feedback, recommendation. So the mic with Yara at the end. So please, if you need to share any recommendation, any feedback, you could share it right now. And within 1 minute, we will just start. Do you have any comment, feedback, recommendation?
We are inviting everybody from outside.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. No comment. That's me and Abdurrahman. Everything is okay. Okay. Shall we start?
Yeah. They are coming in.
Yes. Just go out once we start, and they will let them in.
I start.
Yes. I will go outside and I will let them in.
But I start.
Yes.
You're going to transfer this one?
Yes.
Okay. He will do it, right?
Yes, they will do it.
Okay. Mic is on, right? Hello. Yes.
Yes. يلا بسم الله. يعطيك العافية يا رب. Welcome back all. Now we will move with the next item in the agenda is a presentation from Mr. Alexander Borg. He is regional chair at IOSCM MENA and board member in UK, talking about why we lack the supply chain feasibility and how much is it costing our business. Let us welcome Mr. Alexander Borg.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Okay, can you hear me at the back? Okay, good. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. It's good to be back in Saudi Arabia. As my colleague have said, my name is Alex. In Arabic you say Iskander. By the way, be careful, أنا نتكلم العربية, so be careful what you say about me. Okay? I've been in the Middle East for almost 20 years now. I'm an old fat wolf, and it's a pleasure to be back in Saudi. I'm happy to say that I have contributed also to the Saudi economy in the past few years, because I was part of the change management program in the Saudi Airlines between 2009 and 11, in one of the units in the privatization units in Jeddah, in the training department. So it's good to be back. I'm a logistician by profession. Yesterday, some of you have said why we work in procurement. I would say why we work in supply chain. Because we are crazy, but we love it. Right? We are crazy, but we love it. Otherwise, we're not here. I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Abdul Rahman, Mr. Abdul Tassan, and all the crew for inviting me and to be part of it. It's a pleasure. As an institute, we are based in the UK. The Institute of Supply Chain in UK is based in Newcastle. And we have 4 branches, one in UK, which is catered for the UK. One is in Europe, one is in MENA, which I manage with my team in Dubai. And we're looking forward to open an office in Saudi as well with our partners, SES. And one is in Kuala Lumpur for Southeast Asia, and the other one is in India. As an institute, we're very young, less than 15 years, but we're very dynamic. We work with the Ministry of Defense in UK, MOD, and Ministry of Health. And all our programs are approved by Ofqual. We have around 9 sectors of courses. You can visit all the website, it's there. And we're looking forward to contribute to the local economy as well. Mr. Abdul Rahman have told me, Alex, you have to be in Saudi for this conference. I told him, Mudir, no need to come to Saudi. Saudi came to us in Newcastle, because now Newcastle is owned by Saudi organization, right? Anyway, I'm a Man United guy. Unfortunately, I can't talk too much because we're down at the moment. So he's trying to change my mind. Not Manchester United, but Newcastle United. It's going to be hard, but anyway. I'm here to talk about supply chain management and why we lack the visibility in supply chain. Actually, the last few years was a bit of complex in the chain. It was already a bit of complex even before the pandemic. But the pandemic had 2 sides of it. One, it has made it more complexity because of the situation that we have faced from 2019 and 2019 onwards. But on the other side, if you have followed what was going on in many news around the world, it has made the supply chain more popular, right? Because there was so much things going on in the supply chain. You open the CNN, BBC, Sky News, and Al Jazeera, and all, they were all talking about the supply chain disruption. And apart from the pandemic, all the things that are happening around us, it makes also the supply chain more popular. So finally, after so many years, the supply chain have reached the boardrooms of many corporate organizations, and everyone is talking about it. In the old days, we used to talk about transport, logistics, but now we're talking more about integrated supply chain management. People who work in the supply chain management are facing very challenging times ahead because it's becoming more complex. And what I'm going to talk about today is those blind spots into the supply chain. Why? Because it's very complex. One of the gurus we had in UK in the past times in the supply chain was Professor Martin Christopher. Some of you maybe who have studied in Cranfield, you know what I'm talking about. Martin Christopher is a guru in the logistics and supply chain management. He's one of the first people I met when I joined the Institute of Logistics back early 90s. And he told me one word. I said, is there any model in logistics or supply chain that you can take and fit and will give you 0 risk? He told me, Alex, no, there isn't. If you have the reply was this: if there is a model which is working in your organization, don't try to make it complex. Just keep improving. Because sometimes we try to look for the best model in supply chain. It doesn't exist. A lot of speakers yesterday and today were talking about a lot of things. Standardization risk, which is very huge element in the supply chain. But there isn't any model, there isn't anyone in this world. If you know anyone, let me know. But I have read a lot of books in my life, in my studies. But, like you, if there is a model which is working for you, it's very simple. Just keep on evolving it and keep on improving it, because that's the way we can do it, right? We try to find the right examples, methodology, examples from other organizations, benchmarks, etc. That's what we need to do. Just keep on improving the supply chain every day, because it's getting complex every day. All right? Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, let me try to. Okay. Today, visibility is not just a convenient system upgrade. It's part of a greater movement to adopt more unified and perspective of the supply chain. Despite growing complexity, there's been a lack of end-to-end visibility. Despite growing complexity, there is still lack of end of supply chain visibility, and half of all organizations don't really know what's happening at the key integration across the business transactions. Why? Because as we saw, we have so many parties involved nowadays, especially those who are involved with third part or fourth part or fifth part logistics providers. They know that the complexity is more complex. Sometimes there is also a bit of what I call it an understanding between our organization and the service provider, what we expect from them and how they look at us. Sometimes there is not a unified language that we use. It was also discussed in the last yesterday and today to use unified language. Okay, it happens all the time that we set benchmark for the service providers, and sometimes they lack that kind of benchmark. So we need to find those blind spots which we lack sometimes in the supply chain. And with so many service level requirements, constraints and disruptions, it's become more enormous task to keep track of all the movement and parts, how they affect the outcomes. So now I have prepared a video for you so you can understand. I hope it comes. Sound is on.
مش محول.
It's not working.
لا.
Yes. Go down. Yes. It's here. Okay, you have seen there a bit of what is happening about the video have spoke about the visibility and the right to choose the right platform. We have so many software providers nowadays. Choose the best one to make sure that you have total visibility in your supply chain. There was time when analytics dashboard would have sufficient to secure a centralized views of the data, as well as we set the report on some KPIs. Today, such a system barely scratches the surface of what business needs to prospect around complex global supply chain and customer service. International operations are exposed to environment and political change. We are talking about the internal and external forces, and therefore a lot more uncertainty than small and local run business. As business expands globally, they also combine multimodal. Not all technology supports every mode of transport, leaving companies to struggle with limited visibility or as civilized silo solutions. As they scale, this goes tenfold for logistics service providers who manage some still number of various supply chain for their customers. What do I mean by this? I mean that as more complex we become, more challenging the situation is. Okay? This morning, even yesterday and this morning, the speakers have talked about supply chain collaboration. You're going to hear it all the time. And this collaboration issue has been going on for a number of ages. And this is one of the solutions, I will call it, to work with all the third parties, all the parties involved in the supply chain. Okay? We have to make it more complex it is. More simple models we need to make sure that we understand each other. Okay, that's the most important thing. Sometimes, who are involved in training, who are involved in education and training, you go into a class and you ask a simple question to all the delegates involved in the training room, and you ask them, what do you understand? What do you understand about supply chain? Or what is the objective of the company within the supply chain? And believe me, sometimes you get different answers from the delegates. So bottom line, what you need to do is first to lean all with the same mindset to understand what is supply chain, especially if you're doing training or discussion in the group in the same organization. And then you need to create the same language so they can understand where they are and where they need to go with the right strategy. Okay? Companies are reaching out. Yesterday, I have seen the operation about the mining and other presentations. KSA now is a global player, has been always a global player in the world and becoming more. So it means that there are more players involved in the modes of transport between KSA and the Kingdom and other countries around the world. So it means that you're going to bring more service providers to import or export and other parties. It means that it's becoming more complex, right? So basically, we need to find ways and means how to work together and speak the same language and align all together. Companies are based on vertical or horizontal situations, okay, based on networks and etc. Each business process doesn't exist in vacuum. Therefore, it's part of a greater ecosystem. Lacking one version of the truth as well as a contextual insight into how much upstream and downstream flows affects one another negative. Profit and company's ability to effectively improve the operations as a whole. So basically, we need to find the right partners to work together within the supply chain. Okay. Some of you will say, what is the criteria? What is the criteria to find the right supplier? It's very difficult. Sometimes we use reputation, quality, benchmark systems. But remember, what they promise is sometimes different from what they actually deliver. So we have to work hand in hand with them. with our third parties and with the training with the delivery partners to make sure that we deliver to the end customer. Let me share something with you. Right now I'm involved in a project in Abu Dhabi with a company called G42. It's a government organization. They are involved in the pre, during, and post-COVID project. And I was brought in just recently to work with the staff because, unfortunately, there was a third-party provider which had a lot of good reputation in place. We went there to make an audit, and unfortunately, we find a lot of lack of visibility in the supply chain in terms of inventory control, distribution, okay, etc., etc. So this is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes what it is promised and what is delivered is something else. You just not need to sign the contract and that's it, leave it, okay? For example, even in UK, there is a lot of collaboration models and partnerships like DHL and NHS, okay, which work very well together. You have the service provider who is a logistics expert, and you have the product expert, which is NHS, and they work together hand in hand, okay? I think I have to move on with this with the presentation. What I'm trying to say in this slide is that the old pattern of softwares, which were maybe good some years back, it doesn't mean that they are good right now. Software, I'm not an expert to speak too much about software, but what I'm trying to say is that a software has to be evolved. And you need also, I argue, those of you who work with the software providers, to get insight of the software as well. It means that get some knowledge of the software to make sure that you are participate in it. Okay? I have been involved in projects where, for example, the software provider is expecting you to tell him how do you want the supply chain or the warehouse or logistics works. And then you expect him to design a specific model based on your company objective. You have to work hand in hand with him, okay? And, okay, I have to work on the last part of my slide is looking for a robust end-to-end supply chain visibility solution. Yes, supply chain visibility has significantly evolved from a buzzword in logistics circles that refer to track and trace capabilities to more of a holistic solution that extends house and third-party locations. Growing customer demand, supply chain complexity, and business networks are redefined what it takes to optimize the supply chain and consistent achieve high standards and disruption and end. Thank you very much for your audience. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Borg. Now we will move to the next item in the agenda. Is a presentation from Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Ghamdi. You know that the merger and acquisition is a very interesting subject, while how these challenges interfere with procurement business, I believe will be presented by Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Ghamdi. Let us welcome Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Ghamdi.
أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. في البداية حاب أشكر أبو سليمان والدكتور محمد العنزي على الدعوة وعلى الاستضافة وعلى الترتيب الرائع صراحة. يمكن حضرت أول مؤتمر كان في 2019 وشوف ما شاء الله يمكن هالمرة التوسع ما شاء الله لا في الحضور ولا في كذلك الترتيب، فالله يحييكم جميعا. اليوم إن شاء الله حنتكلم على يمكن دور السبلاي تشين والمشتريات في عمليات الاندماج والاستحواذ، ومرينا بتجربة وباكسبيرينس يمكن مختلفة وفيها كومبلكسيتي كثيرة على قطاع السكك الحديدية. طلعت يمكن في 2015-2016 رؤية المملكة 2030، وبعدين كذلك طلعت استراتيجية النقل في تقريبا 2021 بداية 2021. ومن استراتيجية النقل ولدت استراتيجية السكك الحديدية، ومن خلال هالاستراتيجية فيه أدوات أو جهات تنفيذ وجهات تشريع. من ضمن جهات التنفيذ هي شركة سار. كان جزء من التحول في السكك الحديدية هي عملية ترتيب القطاعات اللي موجودة في السكك الحديدية، سواء القطاعات الحكومية أو القطاعات الخاصة، ودمجها. وصدر في ذلك أمر سامي في 2016، وبعدين صدر أمر سامي كذلك في 2021 باعتماد الاندماج بشكل كامل ونقل الأصول ووضعها تحت مظلة سار، بما فيها خط الدمام الرياض وخط الشمال الجنوب اللي يربط ما بين الرياض إلى القريات، بالإضافة إلى قطار الحرمين اللي في المنطقة الغربية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تم إسناد قطار المشاعر اللي يعمل في موسم الحج في المشاعر المقدسة كصيانة وتشغيل لشركة سار. يمكن هذا باك جراوند. طبعا المؤسسة العامة للسكك الحديدية ولدت في تقريبا 1952 أو 51، عمرها أكثر من 75 سنة. شركة سار ولدت في عام 2006، وكان الهدف منها هو إنشاء مشروع الشمال الجنوب. كان فيها عندنا يمكن أكبر عميل اللي هم شركة معادن لنقل المعادن من حزم الجلميد ومن منجم البعيثة إلى منطقة راس الخير. 2021 في شهر أبريل بدأ عملية الإكسكيوشن في الاندماج، وكان الهدف من الاندماج هو ضم القطاعات هذه وولادة قطاع جديد اللي هي شركة سار، ليست فقط للشمال الجنوب بل على مستوى الشبكات جميعا. هذه يمكن اليوم الخريطة الحالية للسكك الحديدية في المملكة، في مشاريع توسعية وكلها كذلك مدرجة من ضمن مبادرات الاستراتيجية للسكك الحديدية. اليوم الشركة تدير سكك بطول 5000 كيلومتر على مستوى المملكة، والتوسع القادم بإذن الله حيصل إلى 8000 كيلومتر بإذن الله. يمكن من خلال الاندماج ومن خلال التحديات اللي مرينا فيها قدرنا يمكن نلخص لسن ليرن جميل ورائع لكل يمكن قطاع السلاسل الإمداد. ما في شك أنه اليوم الاندماجات تقاد إما عن طريق البزنس تو ماكسمايز البروفيت وتو ماكسمايز البورتفوليو، أو من خلال إدارة التكاليف والإدارات الداخلية للتحكم والسيطرة على التكاليف لا إله إلا الله الريسورسز اللي موجودة، بالإضافة إلى مضاعفة الإفشنسي اللي موجودة. حددنا يمكن 5 تحديات واجهتنا، وبالتأكيد أنها تواجه أي منظمة في عمليات الاندماج والتغيير. أول تحدي يمكن اللي واجهناه هي عملية الثقافات المختلفة. كل جهة عندها ثقافة مختلفة، كل جهة لها ستيك هولدر مختلف، كل جهة لها طابع وأوبريتنج موديل مختلف. العمل يمكن سلاسل الإمداد والمشتريات من خلال السنتراليزيشن ومن خلال يمكن الاطلاع الكامل على هالترانزاكشن بشكل كامل، أنه يعني ملف التكاليف بشكل كامل يرصد ويعمل له مابينج، وبعد كذا عمليات الانتراكشن مع سواء الإدارات الداخلية والإدارات الخارجية والجهات الخارجية يحتاج إلى تغيير في الثقافة، يحتاج إلى engagement مع الناس بشكل أكبر، يحتاج إلى ديالوج تفهم الناس وش عندها، وش العمل اللي تعمل عليه، وش الآليات اللي تعمل عليها حتى تقدر تمكن الناس بأنك تنقلهم على الآليات المستحدثة. يمكن من أعظم يمكن الدروس اللي تعلمناها الصراحة أنه الواحد يكون صبور. الناس اختلافات كثيرة وباك جراوند مختلف، ويمكن محيط كذلك مختلف وآليات عمل مختلفة. الصبر مع الناس، الصبر في استسقاء المعلومات وتبادل المعلومات وتلاقح الأفكار، هذه تأخذ لها وقت. والموضوع هذا ما يجي يمكن بالسهل. اليوم يمكن عن طريق الكمبيوتر ولا عن طريق المراسلات الواحد يعتقد أنه الموضوع سهل وبسيط، لكن من خلال الاجتماعات ومن خلال يمكن الفيس تو فيس انجيجمنت الوضع مختلف، يصير في إشكاليات كبيرة، يصير في انترست مختلف عند كل يمكن بارتي، وهدف يمكن سلاسل الإمداد هو توحيد الجهود لقيادة الملف بالشكل المناسب. التشالنج الثاني هي عملية البروسيس والسيستمز. كل يمكن جهة عندها اليوم بروسيس مختلف ولها سيستمز مختلفة كذلك. هذا أحد أكبر التحديات اليوم، لأنه يوم 1/4 بعد صدور الأمر السامي أصبح فيه governance موديل معين، أصبح فيه policy procedures معينة، delegation of authority، فيو نيد تو ادابت الناس كلها على هالبروسيس الجديده. يو هاف تو دو الاويرنس الكوميونيكيشن مع الناس حتى تفهم الناس التغيير وش سببه، بالاضافه الى انهم يقتنعون بالتغيير اللي موجود حتى يقدرون يعملون من خلال هالاجراءات والسياسات الجديده. التحدي الثالث يمكن عمليه السيرفيسز المختلفه. يمكن السكك الحديديه الاكستنسيف كوست اللي فيها والانفراستراكشر اللي فيها وعمليه الكونتينيوس اوبريشن ومينتننس اللي موجوده فيها، في التزامات كثيره سواء مع الببليك في نقل الركاب، على التيكتنج سيستم والانترفيس مع الكاستمرز، مع البي تو بي كذلك عملائنا سواء القائمين او البوتنشال كاستمر كذلك. فهذه كلها انت من خلال سلاسل الامداد تحتاج انك تتاكد انه في بزنس كونتينيوتي ماشيه، تحتاج انك تتاكد ان العقود قائمه ساريه، المقاولين عارفين الانبوردنج تبعهم بشكل كامل، تعرف من دي 1 كرجل مشتريات او كباير بالضبط وش العقود اللي تقدر تتحرك فيها بشكل سريع وتقدر تغير فيها، ولا يكون في امباكت سلبي على عمليات الصيانة والتشغيل أو على الانترفيس كذلك مع الكاستمر. ما في شك أنه يمكن مع هالانفراستراكشر الكبيرة ومع التكاليف الضخمة، ملف التكاليف بدل ما كان مبلغ وقدره ارتفع يمكن بنسبة 70-80% بحكم الخدمات اللي موجودة. فكل هالسيرفيس اللي تقدم وهالعقود اللي تدار تحتاج لها يمكن بيئة وسكيلز وكاباسيتي وكابابيلتي عالية لاحتواء هالموضوع بشكل كامل. التحدي يمكن الرابع هي عملية الداتا أو البيانات. اليوم يمكن كل الجهات تعمل من خلال البيانات اللي موجودة، وكل جهة لها طريقة وآلية وستاندر في عملية البيانات اللي موجودة. فاليوم من خلال الاندماج اليوم يمكن يعني بعد ما طلعنا على السيستمز اللي موجوده اكتشفنا انه الكاتيجوري موضوع بشكل مختلف، الشارت اوف اكاونت مختلفه، عمليه المابنج اللي موجوده ما بين البزنس وما بين الادارات الكوربريت مختلفه تماما. ومن هنا جاء دورنا تو يونيفاي الداتا هذه. تحتاج انك تجمع الداتا بشكل كامل، وبعدين يونيفايد الداتا، يستندرايز الداتا، التمبلتس، السيستمز هذه كلها، وبعد كذا الباك جراوند والهيستوري تبع الداتا والسكيل سيت اللي تحتاجها تو اكسبلور الهيستوريكال داتا كذلك. هذه فيري امبورتنت حتى ما تفقد الهيستوري اللي كان موجود. يعني عندنا هيستوري في الدمام عمره 75 سنه وإرث كبير وإرث غير بسيط أبدا. الحمد لله قدرنا نتمكن من البيانات هذه، وقدرنا نعكس اللهم لك الحمد البيانات حتى نقدر تساعدنا في سواء الفيزابيلتي في الفيوتشر أو عملية السورسينج وعملية كذلك الكوميونيكيشن مع الموردين وعملية الالتزامات كذلك اللي موجودة. الانفنتري ويمكن ما يخفاكم عملية الانفنتري، كل جهة وكل شركة وكل يمكن قطاع له آلية وله فلسفة في إدارة المخزون. في يمكن بيست براكتس، ولكن البيست براكتس هذا ما ينطبق يمكن على صناعات مختلفة مثل صناعة السكك الحديدية بحكم يمكن موقع المملكة وبحكم بعد يمكن سلاسل الإمداد اللي تدعم عمليات الصيانة والتشغيل. من دي 1 عملنا الفاليديشن على مستوى الانفنتوري بشكل كامل، عملنا الكاونتنج، عملنا الفالويشن لعملية المخزون حتى نتأكد انه في البالانس شيت كذلك المبالغ اللي تطلع هي مبالغ صحيحة ومبالغ اكيوريت. حولنا هالتشالنج الحمد لله الى يمكن فرص، وقدرنا نستفيد من هالاندماج حتى نحقق يمكن واحدة من اهداف الاندماج اللي يمكن الاندماج جاء ب3 أهداف. واحد من الاهداف عمليه الكوست والاوبتمايزيشن والافشنسي، وكان يمكن الورك ستريم هذا بشكل كبير ما بين البزنس اكسلنس وما بين السبلاي تشين درايفنج هالورك ستريم. على مستوى العقود الحمد لله قدرنا نعمل كونسوليديشن على مستوى العقود بشكل كامل، وقدرنا نطول اوبريتنج موديل لهالعقود، قدرنا نحقق من خلاله الحمد لله سيفنج لا على مستوى الديماند نفسه ولا على مستوى السبلاي. اليوتيلايزيشن تبع الانفنتوري احنا يمكن نشتغل سكك في الشرق وسكك في الشمال، قد يكون في اختلاف على مستوى بعض السيستمز، ولكن معظم يمكن الفليت والاسيت اللي موجوده متشابهه. قدرنا من خلال الديتا اللي موجوده ويكسشينج الماتيريال ما بين النتوركس اللي موجوده. السبيس اوبتمايزيشن كذلك للمستودعات، قدرنا ندمج المستودعات بشكل كامل ونحطها في مركز واحد، ونخلي المركز الرئيسي هو مثل الهب، وصار عندنا سب ستور كديستريبيوشن يونت. وقدرنا الحمد لله يعني نطلع مساحات أكثر من يمكن 28,000 متر مربع قدرنا نفرغها في مناطق ذهبية نقدر نستفيد منها من خلال القطاع العقاري لعملية الكوميرشاليزيشن للريال استيت. الفيزابيلتي كذلك للانفنتوري، كل جهة يمكن كان لها اتيتيود مختلف. اليوم يونيفايد الاتيتيود، الابروش صار واحد، البلاننج صار واحد، وقدرنا الحمد لله نعمل كوست افويدنس على مستوى الديماند بشكل كامل الحمد لله. عملية يمكن اليوتيلايزيشن للسكيل سيت، ناس مختلفة، سكيلز مختلفة، باك جراوند مختلف، اديوكيشن مختلف، قدرنا الحمد لله ندمج السكيل سيت اللهم لك الحمد. وقدرنا يعني من ضمن الشغلات الوير هاوسنج اوديتس، هذه كنا نعين مثلا طرف ثالث كل سنه يجي يعمل هالاوديت وول تو وول حتى نتاكد من الاكيورسي. اليوم قدرنا نولد الحمد لله اوديت تيم موجود عندنا في الشركه يعمل عمليه الاوديت على الوير هاوسنج. طورنا الحمد لله الكاتيجوري مانجمنت بشكل كبير، اصبح اليوم عندنا كاتيجوري مانجمنت استراتيجي على مستوى يمكن البيج سبند ايتمز اللي موجوده عندنا، بالاضافه الى الانفنتوري اوبتمايزيشن. كان يمكن عندنا تارجت في سلاسل الامداد رقم يعني يمكن يتجاوز 800 مليون ريال كتارجت على مستوى الاوبتمايزيشن. قدرنا الحمد لله نحقق هالتارجت بنسبه 80% الى اليوم. احنا لنا تقريبا سنه و4 شهور او 5 شهور في الاندماج، والحمد لله مكملين في الاوبتمايزيشن باذن الله حتى نحقق الهدف بشكل كامل. يمكن هذه الجيرني اللي قدرنا نعمل من خلالها في عمليه الاندماج، وقسمنا الستيجز في الجيرني ل3 ستيجز. الستيجز الاولى او الستيج الاول كان قبل الاندماج، قبل دي 1 بشهرين بدينا في عمليه الهاند اوفر، بدينا في عمليه الاكسس للسيستمز، بدينا في عمليه يمكن الامبوردنج والمابينج تبع الامبلويز. وضعنا انترم بروسيس، كم باقي؟ يلا خلاص. وضعنا انترم بروسيس كذلك لاول 90 يوم حتى نضمن عمليه كفاءه العمل، بلس انه وضعنا انتجريشن بلان وتشينج مانجمنت بلان بشكل كامل. اول 90 يوم بدينا في الهاند اوفر، بدينا في الامبوردنج، بدينا في الانترم بروسيس فعلناها بشكل كامل، بدينا في الانتجريشن تبع الديتا، وصار عندنا الحمد لله ولدنا السينرجي بلان على مستوى السبلاي تشين. الستيج الثالث كان عمليه الاكتيفيشن يمكن البلان بشكل كامل. البوليسي والبروسيجر عممناها وتحولت من انترم الى بيرمننت بوليسي بروسيجر. كونسوليديشن مع الكونتراكترز والفندر بشكل كامل والراشناليزيشن. وبعدين بدينا كذلك في عمليه التريننج والتشينج مانجمنت، وبدينا في تفعيل الاكسكيوشن للبلان تبع السينرجي. يمكن هذه كانت معظم الاكتيفيتي اللي حصلت. كان في IMO اوفيس على مستوى مجلس الإدارة وعلى مستوى الإدارة التنفيذية، وكان عندنا أول ما بدينا تقريبا ويكلي أبديت على البروجرس تبع السبلاي تشين حتى تضمن الإدارة العليا كفاءة العمليات، وبعدين تحولنا إلى monthly updates، وكان عندنا فيه لجنة يمكن مختصة، وكان فيه سب جروبز موجودة لكل إشكالية ممكن تحصل. هالجروبز موجود عندهم الصلاحيات يتأكدون من الفاليديشن اللي يحتاجونه، وبعد كذا يعطون القرار، وعندهم الصلاحيات اللي يحتاجونها. أوقف هنا، يمكن الوقت ما أسعفنا نبحر في يمكن الاكسرسايز بشكل كبير. متشرف فيكم مرة ثانية، والحمد لله يمكن القصة يمكن نعتبرها احنا اليوم يمكن قصة نجاح. كثير من عملائنا يمكن قدروا يلمسون الفرق اللي موجود في تطوير الخدمة اللي يمكن تلمس الكثير من الناس. والله يعطيكم العافية إن شاء الله جميعا. إذا في أي سؤال أو استفسار قبل ما أنزل تفضل.
حول العافية.
ها
يلا ناخذ دقيقة سؤال. تفضل.
هي عملية مستمرة. احنا قسمنا الستيجز إلى 3. الستيج الثالث كان مدته 18 شهر، وبعد ال 18 شهر المفترض انه العمل خلاص يكون موحد بشكل كامل. باقي لنا يمكن 4 شهور أو 5 شهور وننتهي من العملية، ولكن الجولز والأوبجكتيفز اللي موجودة من خلال الاندماج مستمرة معانا إلى 2025 إن شاء الله.
أنا يمكن سؤالي أكثر شيء موجه للسيستم انتجريشن. تتوقع إنه مدة زمنية سنة أو 18 شهر كافية إنك تخلص الكلينزنج حق الماستر داتا والماتيريال مانجمنت؟
الكلينزنج للديتا خلصنا فيها من 2 شهر تقريبا. احنا سوينا اكسبورت للديتا كاملة، وسوينا مركز موحد للداتا بشكل كامل مع الزملاء في تقنية المعلومات. جمعنا الداتا من هناك، وجبنا كذلك ثيرد بارتي اشتغل معنا في عملية المابينج. الزملاء في الإدارة المالية كذلك كانوا معنا، وخلال 2 شهر الحمد لله قدرنا ندمج وحدنا الداتا في البداية، وبعدين دمجنا الداتا بشكل كامل. داي 1 يوم الاندماج بالضبط كانت كل العقود اللي موجودة عند الجهات الثانية موجودة عندنا في السيستم. البيمنت سيستم كان شغال، الورك كونفرميشن كذلك كان شغال، وكل المقاولين والموردين اللي كل الشبكات تشتغل معاها طلع لهم خطابات رسمية نوتيفيكيشن انه هذا الاجراء اللي موجود اليوم، ومن خلال هالمنصة تقدر تتحصل على مدفوعاتك، وعقدك اكتف طالما انه موجود في البلاتفورم.
يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك ان شاء الله.
يعطيك العافية عبد الرحمن. شكرا لك.
السلام عليكم. في سؤال بارك الله فيك. أشكرك على الطرح وعلى الإيضاح، لكن في نقاط حبيت أضيفها. الآن بالنسبة إلى متابعة التمكين اللي هو السعودة الكاملة في قطاع الريلوي، بالإضافة إلى السنترلايز قطاع الغيار، وعلما بأن في خطة لربط مدن المملكة كلها في القطار. كيف وضعتم من ضمن الخطط اللي وضعتوها واستنفذتوها؟ حقيقة كان عمل جبار، لكن كيف ننظر للمناطق الأخرى اللي هي كان من ضمن الخطط توصل لها القطار؟ لأن بالحالة هذا حيوفر عامل حيوفر جهد وحفاظ على الانفايرمنت والطرق البعيدة هذه للشمال أو الجنوب. شكرا.
طبعا مثل ما ذكرت أنا اليوم يمكن السكك اللي موجودة مداها 5000 كيلو متر، ومتجهين إلى إن شاء الله 8000 كيلو متر بإذن الله. هل الإكسبانشن اللي حاصل مدروس بناء على التوسع العمراني، بناء على الفرص الاقتصادية اللي موجودة سواء في جدة يمكن أحد أو الاثنين القادم بإذن الله. عندنا أول تشغيل في منطقة الجبيل الصناعية إن شاء الله مع شركة صدارة، وكل هالتوسعات توسعات مدروسة وجاية تبدأ اليوم بشكل كامل تعمل بقيادة وزارة النقل وفيها شركة سار وفيها المواني والمدن الاقتصادية، ونعمل بحيث أنه التوسع يكون موائم للتوسعات في الصناعات. عملية يمكن الستاندرايزيشن في السيستمز وفي يمكن الأصول اللي موجودة من خلال الكاتيجوري مانجمنت. طورنا يمكن الاسيت مانجمنت استراتيجي بشكل كامل ويونيفايد الاسيت اللي موجودة عندنا. أصبح عندنا limited options في عملية القاطرات، في عملية العربات. سوينا موائمة كذلك على مستوى قطع الغيار، على مستوى السكيل سيت اللي موجودة في مراكز الصيانة، وعلى الانفراستراكشر كذلك اللي موجودة. وفي ما في شك انه الان يعني عندنا يمكن بعض السيستمز يحتاج لها ابديت ويحتاج لها ابجريد حتى تكون انتجريتد وتعمل بشكل موحد، لا على مستوى الاو سي سي اللي هو الاوبريشن كنترول سنتر، ولا على مستوى كذلك اعمال الصيانة وقطع الغيار. تمام؟ بإذن الله عندنا يمكن محادثات مع الإخوان في قطر وفي الأمارات وفي عمان، وكل هالمشاريع راح ترى النور إن شاء الله قريب. يمكن إخواننا في الأمارات قد بدأوا، الآن إحنا يمكن في المراحل الأخيرة إن شاء الله في عمليات الدراسات والتصاميم، وبإذن الله تنطلق.
لأن هي راح تخلص مسافات بعيدة حقيقة لسلامة البشر اللي هي السيفتي في الدرايفنج على اللونج ديستنس والمناطق هذه. فعلا راح تشعر الناس في أمان كامل في التنقلات بين المدن أو بين دول الخليج أو مكة والمدينة.
ما في شك.
أفضل ما يكون الطرق تمشي في الليل أو
ما في شك.
أنا شاكر لكم، قدر لك الله يحفظك على الإيضاح.
تسلم.
وكل التقدير والشكر لك.
وإياك. شكرا.
يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. أنا أعرف أنه عندكم أسئلة لعبد الرحمن، لكن عبد الرحمن إن شاء الله راح يكون متواجد معنا. لو كان عندكم أي أسئلة زيادة فقط ليميتيشن تبع التايم. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Rahman Al-Ghamdi. Now we will move with the next presentation from Mr. Samir Ahmed, who is Managing Director at Intertech Crystal, talking about importance of integrating sustainability in procurement and supply chain. Let us welcome Mr. Samir Ahmed.
Thank you. You can hear me? You can hear me clearly? So. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Indeed an honor for me. This is my second time with our colleagues, Mr. Abdur Rahman of ECS, Latifa, and all the colleagues of CIPS, of Supply Chain and Procurement Society of Saudi Arabia, and the fellow speakers, some of our good friends here. So thanks for hosting us again. I will be talking about integrating sustainability in supply chain and procurement, and why it is important for us. So without putting any time into it, let's discuss the context. Let's understand why this subject is important today. And I really appreciate ECS team and the technical team of this conference, because you have set the presentations in a flow of discussion, in the flow of the message. Alex talked about blind spots. Abdurrahman, our good friend, he talked about the challenges you may face during mergers and acquisitions and when your business is expanding. And I'm going to explain you why sustainability is important for procurement and supply chain, why we should integrate it into our process. If you see the context, you won't be surprised with this. We are at a tipping point. Look at what's happening across the world. Environmental disasters, business disasters, financial breakdowns. If you look at the stakeholder mapping today, consumers globally are demanding for sustainability. Employees are increasingly asking companies to demonstrate their sustainability promises. They want to work with companies which are sustainability driven. And a recent research was telling us the young graduates coming out of universities Before they join a company, they actually go online and see CSR reports, sustainability initiatives of that company, because they see this is how their future is aligned. CEOs, leaders are increasingly concerned on the organization's sustainability footprint, and they want to integrate this. Investors are more vocal about the sustainability performance of the company they're going to work with. They want to put their shares, or they want to have an acquisition or mergers. Governments, regulators have been more broadly embracing legislation. And society as a whole is evolving. There's a lot of sensitivity and awareness of sustainability concerns in society today. So we are at a tipping point. Let me share with you some facts here. 92% of business leaders acknowledge that some part of their supply chain will receive a poor sustainability rating if it was fully audited. 92%. Another research says 67% of companies recognize that they face significant pressure to improve their sustainability performance across the supply chain. Further, 74% of companies faced at least one supplier-related incident in last 3 years, with 1 in 5 reported a failure with a major consequence. And I'm sure these accidents have happened recently, and they are on our fingertips. And you will be surprised with this one also. 61% of companies are not knowing the extent to which the suppliers are outsourcing their work. Do you see the problem here? Do you see the magnitude of problem? The companies are not aware, they are working with the ABC supplier, but they are not aware that this ABC supplier is actually outsourcing the work further, and who this can be have an effect on your performance. This is what Alex was saying, blind spots. This is how we are operating today. Your supply base, your production base, distribution, retail. Do you see the number of complexity, the number of players involved today in our dynamic supply chain, and the complexities here and the risk over here? Now, so that was the context. Now let's connect the message of my paper over here. Importance of integrating sustainability in procurement and supply chain. Some of you are taking photographs here. Some of you are recording this. This is completely fine. Okay, you can do that. But I understand Abdurrahman and ECS team, we will be sharing a copy of presentation with all of them. Yeah? So you will have an access to the copies of these slides. So feel free to share further. You have all permission from our side to share further with your colleagues, with your network, so that the message can be further circulated. So, importance of integrating sustainability. If we look at this procurement process, and I'm sure we all are proud of our profession of procurement and supply chain, because let's see the effect of procurement in the organizations. You affect economy, you affect environment and society with your procurement decisions. What you buy, how you buy, who you buy from, how delivery happens, how bought goods and services are used, can have an enormous influence on everything from business performance to environment to reputation of your business, stakeholder relationships, as well as your employee well-being. A little more message around principles of sustainable procurement. Accountability. If our colleagues here from Saudi Railway, if they are working on a project and they are hiring contractors and subcontractors, accountability remains with them, and they need to understand that that's where they are liable of the performance of their contractors and suppliers. The next thing, ethical behavior, akhlaqiyat. We need to understand that we are responsible of our acts and our actions on the ground. Transparency, keeping things visible to all and not hiding any challenges or any problems. Demand planning, only buy what you need. Only procure what is required. So you do a smart demand planning, and our colleagues were discussing here on right digital systems for this, and fair and a full and fair opportunity for all. Continual improvement. So these are the principles of sustainable procurement, and we need to build our system around it. If we go further and we identify the key principles in more detail. So managing risk, As we understand with the heading, it's identifying, prioritizing, and managing the risk. But the second thing comes is addressing sustainability impacts. When you identify the risk, you prioritize them down or identify sustainability impacts of all. And then you talk about setting priorities for the sustainability issues. And you set your priorities with the help of your stakeholders, with their relations, with the feedback coming from your stakeholders. And we will talk about stakeholders just now. And then you exercise your influence. Our colleagues sitting over here are from Ma'aden. I can see some of our friends are here from Sabiq, from Tasniya, from Saudi Railway. Your influence is huge. If you set some rules that this is how our supply chain should work, no matter your tier 1 supplier, tier 2 supplier, or a subcontractor, we need you to follow these things. Do you see the influence you can have on across the supply chain and eventually on the society? So exercise your influence and don't be part of the problem. Don't be complicit. Don't be part of the crime. Don't be part of the wrong practice. If you approve a supplier, if you approve a contractor which is into wrongdoing, you become part of the crime. Be very careful. And that's where the biggest scandals of supply chain come from. So we need to be very careful on these aspects. If we look at stakeholder mapping, I actually wanted to ask you all, if I am into procurement, who are my internal stakeholders? What do you think? Give me an answer. Sorry? Everyone from the business, from the organization, is your internal stakeholder. If you do a little, see what's in the theory, it says your top management. And what we have done is we have explained how they are your stakeholder. Your procurement employees, your specifiers, those who need a product, production QC employees, your sustainability and QHSE teams. These are your internal stakeholders. Now, when these are internal, who are your external stakeholders? What do you think? Well, there's the finance also there. Who are your external stakeholders? Suppliers and regulatory body. Very good. Give me more. Society. Very good. Customers. Exactly. Shareholders. Amazing answer. Sorry? Suppliers and their suppliers also. Yeah, the whole chain. This is amazing that the audience is all interactive over here. So yes, your answers are correct. Suppliers, your contractors, workers, partners, prescribers, your customers, clients, users, and users also, okay? And your local community and government, public sector, academic, as well as your investors and rating agencies. These are all your external stakeholders in procurement process. And when we define our sustainability objectives, we need to understand their needs and expectations. Let's see a process flow of how the integration process works. I think it's very easy, and we can say that first it goes into the planning, you set a criteria, you select your suppliers, you go into the managing the contract, and you keep reviewing it and learning from this, which is a typical PDCA concept, okay? Let me share with you a case study of travel and tourism sector, because the business which I represent in Intech Group takes care of this sector. I know most of you represent a different sector here, but still it will be interesting to see this image. You see a huge span of risk here. When you are running an organization which works in travel and tourism, you see this huge span of risk here with so many activities, with so many things happening in this industry. So when the number of activities, when the number of players are more, the risk landscape is huge. So we have a customer which I won't take a name because of the confidentiality reason, but it's a global giant and they take care of travel and tourism. They came to us and they said, we want to do these 6 things. We want to improve our supply chain visibility. We want to minimize supply chain risks, improve business resilience. We want to have maturity of our supply chain and we want to measure that, report our sustainability goals and objectives, and prioritize, implement and prioritize our supply chain due diligence. We propose them a system of checkpoint, and that system, and I'll go a bit quickly here. So first we engage them on how to improve the visibility of the supply chain. Second, we went into profiling and prioritization. Then the process of verification through physical audits, remote audits, self-assessments. Then you go into performing corrective actions, incident management, and communication and system optimization. So as a customer, they got a whole dashboard to decide which of their supplier in which corner of the world is having what level of risk. Are they in green or red? on a digital platform sitting in one corner of the world, they can decide can they work with this contractor or supplier or not, and what are the risks, sustainability risks in the process. So let's conclude the discussion. The message here is, when you work on sustainability, you just don't bring good to the world and to the society, you actually save money also. And the case study represents here, it says these studies are there to confirm that sustainable procurement saves cost and brings visible efficiencies to the business. World Economic Forum concluded a research which says sustainable procurement can give you revenue increases from 5 to 20%, there be cost reductions from 9 to 16%, and it can boost your brand value from between 15 to 30%. So there are tangible benefits for working on sustainable procurement. I'll conclude my discussion with a quote from the founder of Intertech. I'm sure you know Thomas Edison, and you'll be surprised to know that he was the founder of the organization I'm representing here. He said, if we do the things we are capable of, we would literally astound ourselves. With this, I thank you all for your time and for your effort. And thanks a lot. My contact details are here. I'm operating out of London, but feel free to reach out to me, and my Saudi mobile number is also here. So, any questions, any comments?
Thank you. We'll try to leave the question at the end.
Okay, sure,
Thank
that
you.
sounds good.
Thank you.
I can escape now?
I'm sorry for that.
No, that's good. Thanks a lot. Should I leave this to you? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Samir, Ahmed. Now we will move with the coming presentation with Dr. Rima Al-Attas. Rima Al-Attas is Director of Value Advisory at SAP, talking about sustainable procurement. So let us welcome Dr. Rima Al-Attas.
لا صراحة level الانرجي اليوم compared to yesterday is so low. صباح الخير جميعا. لا صباح الخير مرة ثانية. ايوه في سمعت صوت نسائي من ورا. شكرا. السلام عليكم، صبحكم الله بالخير. ان شاء الله تكونوا مبسوطين معنا so far امس واليوم. لا لازم تصحصحون، معليش اعطونا انرجي عشان كلنا كذا نسوي good sessions ان شاء الله. تمام. So okay, my slides are on the screen and this is the clicker. Just give me 1 second before I start. يعطيك العافية يا عبد المجيد. طيب, I have a small question for you. طبعا زي ما حضراتكم شايفين التوبيك. أول شيء صوتي واضح ولا صوت واضح؟ Okay. We're talking about procurement, sustainability in procurement. Mr. Samir just talked about sustainability. I'm going to talk about sustainability. And let me ask you, actually, when you came here to this conference yesterday, what did you notice about the water bottles? من اللي قال glass? Perfect. Thank you so much. ليش glass؟ ماني سامعة. عشان إيش؟ في حد قال صح. Sustainable, excellent, because it's sustainable. Because plastic is harmful to the environment. So thank you so much. So let's assume actually that yesterday after the conference you went downstairs to Starbucks and ordered 1 iced coffee. جاتكم iced coffee missing one thing. إيش هو؟ Thank you so much. Missing plastic straw. ليش؟ Because again, plastic is harmful to the environment. Plastic is bad. Which actually gives us an indication that sustainability is important. That's why we have Mr. Samir, who came all the way from London to talk about sustainability, and I came all the way from Riyadh to talk about sustainability again. But ليش sustainability is important? Why is that? هي موضة. Okay, أنا فاهمة. It's a trend now. But في أسباب مهمة. أول شيء, it actually protects our environment, it protects our globe, it preserves the natural resources that we need in order to survive, in order to continue our living. It's actually necessary for our children to keep growing, and we need sustainability to improve our ecosystem as a whole. So let's get started. All right. So actually, in Saudi Arabia, sustainability has been at the heart of Vision 2030 since its inception. Saudi Arabia is now ushering in a new era as the kingdom aims to reach net zero by 2060. This announcement is in line with wider Vision 2030 ambitions to accelerate the new energy transition, achieve sustainability goals, and drive a new wave of investment. As Mr. Samir just mentioned, investors, regulators, consumers, employees, everyone is demanding responsibly derived products and services with a smaller environmental footprint. Reducing global emissions, waste, and social injustice requires a full life cycle approach with enterprises at the forefront. This is why companies like you must act swiftly to capture opportunities and mitigate risk. Today, we find out that 85% of investors consider ESG factors in their investments. In 2020, more than 60 carbon pricing initiatives are in force or scheduled for implementation. Organizations in the top quartile for diversity among executives are 36% more likely to achieve above average profitability, and there exists 7 times faster growth of sustainable consumer packaged goods. Finally, we have 80% of CEOs expect sustainability investments to produce improved business results in the next 5 years. As you can see here, sustainability is no longer a nice to have, but it's a business mandate. اوكي لما اجي اسال حضراتكم ايش تعريف السستينابيلتي؟ ايش تعريف الاستدامه؟ How do you define sustainability? Can I hear some thoughts? هو في تعريف مكتوب يعني cheat and tell me. في تعريف موجود في الكتب. This is the definition. Oh sorry. Oops, what happened? Let me just go back to my slide. Okay, here we go. So defining sustainability, development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. طيب, هل هذا التعريف كافي? Is this actually definition enough? I don't think so, because we always use one word, it depends. Even the definition of sustainability depends on your organization needs, depend on your organization location, depend on your industry. We have different industries nowadays, and that's why the definition of sustainability will change depending on that. In addition, the terms sustainability and ESG, environmental, social, and governance, are often interchanged, with ESG referring to the metrics that organizations use to measure their progress towards the sustainability goals. So in your organization, what do you use, ESG or sustainability as a term? ESG, sustainability. Okay, نبغى بس one vote to break actually this time. Sustainability, exactly. So actually, sorry ladies, sustainability wins. Sustainability, because sustainability is a more generic word, and actually it has like a depth meaning, you know, to describe the problem that we're facing nowadays. SAP has actually built sustainability into its very purpose, which is to help the world run better and improve people's lives. So in line with our purpose, SAP's objective is to create positive economic, environmental, and social impact with special focus on our sustainability pillars of climate action, social responsibility, and circular economy. In addition to pursuing our own sustainability goals internally, SAP helps our customers become more sustainable at a business process level. Today, we will take a quick look through the lens of each sustainability pillar to show examples of how solutions within source-to-pay, business network, and external workforce management processes can help you achieve your sustainability goals throughout procurement. صح. You can achieve zero emissions with climate action using SAP Ariba sourcing by collecting supplier information and awarding business to those most in alignment with your climate goals. This can be done through pre-qualification questions, product questionnaires, within the sourcing event, and also weighting and scoring sustainability-related sourcing event questions. You can also use SAP Ariba Supplier Management to manage certifications and collect supplier-level climate details with modular questionnaires. In addition, you can use supplier risk to monitor suppliers, set controls, and get climate-related information from third-party sources. And finally, with SAP Business Network, global track and trace shipment transparency across the supply chain allows you to proactively manage supply chain so that you can avoid carbon-intensive rush transportation. You can achieve zero inequality with social responsibility using SAP Fieldglass Contingent Workforce Management to improve pay equity of external workers after viewing market rates by position and location. You can also use SAP Ariba Supplier Risk to ensure human rights due diligence with supplier self-assessments and finding collaborations. An example of a mandatory human rights due diligence regulation is the one that you can see here, which is LKSG. It's a very well-known law in Germany. And you can also use SAP Ariba Business Network for logistics to ensure materials abide by your social requirements throughout your supply chain with material traceability. Finally, you can achieve zero waste with circular economy using SAP Ariba sourcing, similar to the way that actually we described before by collecting supplier information and using questionnaires. You can also use SAP Ariba contracts to include contract clauses that ensure supplier alignment with your circular economy goals. And finally, you can use SAP Business Network for procurement to find new or alternative material suppliers that align with your circular economy goals. Finally, why SAP? Because we share your sustainability goals. We share your sustainability missions. And also because at SAP we embed sustainability into the core of our business processes and your business processes. And finally, because SAP provides solutions to help you achieve your sustainability goals based on your industry, your needs, and your customers. So thank you very much for listening. That was a short presentation compared to yesterday. These are my contact info. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reem. Just a general question. I need just to check how many coming from outside to Riyadh. I mean, out of Middle East. Just to check, out of Middle East first. Okay. 4, 5. Okay. Okay. What about coming to Riyadh within KSA, but coming from? Ooh. Okay, mashallah. Okay, more than 50%, 60% even. طيب. Thank you, Dr. Reem. Now we will move to the next item in the agenda. Is a presentation from Mr. Mohammed Al-Rajhi, who is the Procurement Director at Arasco, talking about challenges and trends in procurement. Thank you very much.
But,
let us welcome Mr. Mohammed Al-Rajhi.
السلام عليكم. صباحكم الله بالخير جميعا. البوينتر. First, I would like to thank all the organizers for arranging this very interesting conference, Mr. Abdurrahman, Mr. Abdullah, and Dr. Muhammad, and the rest of the team. And we are happy to hear that this conference will be again next year, inshallah. So I'm going to talk about, I know we have some time constraint, but we will share our experience that happens in the grain procurement in the past 2 years. Before going into that, let me just talk about Arasco for those who are new to this organization. We have 6 different business units that complement each other. Our largest business is the Arasco feed manufacturing plants. We have 2 plants in Dammam and Al-Kharj. We are by far the largest feed compound manufacturer with the capacity about 4.5 million metric ton per year. Our second business is the Arasco Foods. It is known by its brand in the local market, which is Intaj. Its main product is the poultry and red meat. Currently, we are at the capacity of 400,000 birds per year, and we have an expansion that is undergoing right now. We are reaching 500,000 birds per year by end of next year. We have then Arasco Logistics, which is the supporting arm and enabler for all of these businesses. We operate the Dammam port silo, where we store our grains that we import from outside. We have more than 350 trucks and more than 150 rail cars, as well as a joint venture with Bahri. We have 9 vessels that transport the grains from outside to Saudi Arabia. We have then Mexico, which is a joint venture with the Cargill company. It's Middle East Food Solution Company. Its main business and core business is to produce starch and glucose and fructose and all of the sweeteners alternatives. We have Al-I'mar, which is a trading company mainly on the agrochemicals and the vet inputs. It's by far the leader in such type of business. Their main customers are the agri companies and the farmers. And finally, we have the IDAC Merio, which is a lab testing, a food lab testing joint venture between Arasco and the French company Merio. They are the first lab to be accredited by SFDA for testing all the incoming shipment, the food shipment coming to Saudi. So just to have it on the bigger picture, as we said, we almost in every component of the Saudi food plate, we complement, our businesses complement each other. Arasco, since establishment, tried to synergize its businesses between one another. For example, you can see here, we ship our own raw materials that is imported from outside through our own vessels and logistics vessels. Then we have the handling facility at the Dammam Port Silo, where we discharge and store our material. Then these materials are being transported to our feed manufacturing plants in Kharj and Dammam. The product of the feed manufacturing is going to the food, which is the poultry business. We have also the Al-I'mar and the Mexico. They are benefiting from the raw material and handling. And as you can see, the served industry and markets in each one is listed here. Since we are 100% dependent on the imported materials, Arasco needed to have a robust supply chain in order to succeed and sustain. We import all of our materials from outside, and we are going to talk about the strategy of that and why Arasco decided to depend on the import. But having a full supply chain solution was essential to maintain the sustainability of the supply chain. So as you can see, we import from South America mainly and North America using our own vessels that are partnered with Bahri. Then we have a partner from the Port Authority, Saudi Port Authority in Dammam, where we store and manage our material. Then we have partner with the SRO at that time, now SAR, in transporting our raw materials to the feed plants in Al Kharj to produce our products. So it was very important to have a robust supply chain to have the full cycle to ensure the food security. So again, since its establishment in the 80s, Araska knew the scarcity of the water resources in Saudi Arabia. Therefore, it decided to heavily depend on the import and embed the supply chain operating model within its businesses. Then it expanded over the 6 businesses just to overcome the difficulty and scarcity of water resources in Saudi Arabia. Therefore, the mission continued to be to support the food security in Saudi Arabia specifically and in the region overall. Before I go to the grain, which is the main topic of this presentation, I wanted to share with you a recent transformation we had in procurement, since this is a procurement event. You know, in a group organization, there is a question that is always asked, whether the procurement should be decentralized or centralized. And in my opinion, there is no right or wrong for this. It depends on your organization, the industry you are in, the operating model you are running. Arasco, prior 2020, in procurement, it was decentralized. So for many reasons, there is no time to list it here, but we decided in 2020 we will change our operating model into a centralized procurement. And as a procurement professional, it was a very interesting journey and experience to, I led the project of the centralization to live the transformation of procurement. So we launched a project in 2020 to centralize all of the 6 business units where they have the procurement department under each one of them to be one centralized procurement at the corporate level. Of course, it came with a lot of the changes in terms of the processes, in terms of standardization, and a lot of the speakers talk about this. But the main driver for changing the operating model was we wanted to, given the difficult situations in terms of the global market and the procurement, we wanted to leverage our economy of scales. We have 6 different business units, as I said, with the large volume of transactions. We wanted to leverage our economy of scales. We wanted to enhance our governance framework. We wanted to better supply management. Everybody talks about the SRM now, and I think it's very important. We wanted to manage or reduce even our overhead cost. And eventually we wanted to transfer that knowledge across the organization rather than working in silos in the 6 business units. So simply we categorize our procurement based on their spends, criticality, all of these things, complexity, and we have 7 to 8 categories where are they being led by each category leader these days. Now, in the grain side, I have few slides on the grain side. This is just an informative slide talking about the Saudi grain market. And what is interesting here is, as we can see, barley used to be the largest portion of the grains, where the corn or the maize is lower. But we have seen probably in 25 and ahead, it's going to be replaced by the maize. But I think the takeaway from this slide is the compound annual growth rate of the grains requirement in the country is 1.4%. These from grains are imported from 7 different ports, led by the Dammam port in terms of volume being imported. The 2020, let's say the past 2 years, I think for all of us as a procurement were not very interesting years, full of challenges in terms of prices, supply side, logistics, all of these things. So I think we all, as a procurement professionals and leaders, have been struggling since 2020 for obvious reasons, I think. So in grains specifically, whether it's barley, corn, wheat, any type of grains, there are some things that heavily affected this commodity market from 2020 onward. We tried to list the most important factors that affected the grains market. First, COVID. Inshallah ما نشوفه مرة ثانية. Affected the demand heavily. China, which is the largest, I would say, given the largest population they have, they tried at that time to stock up their grains materials. So they increased the demand heavily, which is not balanced with the supply, and we ended up having high prices in the commodity. We have problem in the weather. This is agri-commodity, so it is affected by the fundamentals. What we mean by fundamentals is the weather. So drought happened in the US and in Europe, and I'm sure you heard about that, for the first time since years. So this changes, now whether it's climate change or not, we are not here to discuss that, but this affected the supply side. And we can see this is US crop forecast, compare for the 2020 and this year May and this year August, and you can see the decline in the production or the forecast of the production. So the drought play a major impact on the supply side. Inflation, of course, ethanol production in US, because US is the largest producer of corn, which is our own main raw material, and corn is being used currently in the ethanol and the energy. So once the ethanol industry increase, there will be demand on the corn as well. So this will increase the demand, the supply remains a challenge, the prices will increase. The conflict in Black Sea, so I'm not sure some industry are not affected by that, but we are, because we are an agricultural business. And the challenges in the freight rates affected or caused by the fluctuation of the oil prices. I want to give just one example. This is corn, by the way. I'm sorry, there are dates here are not shown, but I'll try to explain it. This is corn price from 2017 to 2022. So you can see here that the prices remains somewhat, there is no big difference or big impact except for the seasonality, which is normal in such material. But you can see the spike increase and the continual of the increase given by the causes that we mentioned earlier. So the COVID, the Black Sea, the conflict, the drought, all of these had affected the price of one of the major grain material globally and continue to increase its price. So commodity or agri-commodity is very volatile since 2020. I wish I could give you an advice on how to control these prices, but there isn't. No one, because if there is anyone who knows this, we will be the richest guy in the world. But I think there are some tools that can help you to mitigate the risk. So we'll try to list down some of the tools that can help you decide in this volatile market to manage your risk. So even countries and organizations started to invest heavily on the risk management tools. We have seen it with our strategic suppliers. This is globally, just to try to mitigate the impact of grains risk. The demand, it's very important to notice that the demand is increasing while supply remains a challenge. So, and we have seen it in the inflation. People who are economists or something, they know that the demand, they try to push the inflation down, but the demand is increasing. We have problem in the agriculture that the supply, we have a scarcity of the supply. Now in grains, in today's grains market, hedging and speculations are keys. So there is, unlike before 2020, reports are not supporting the decision making for many reasons that we discussed earlier. Now, one of the options is safety stock preservation. So we took that option in Arasco, and countries, not only organizations, have taken this approach by increasing their safety stock just in case of any abnormal condition happen in the future. Material alternativity in feed industry, maybe this is I would say this is a flexibility for us, because in feed industry you need to have the animal nutrition value in the raw materials that you are using. So you have an option to alternative the material. So you have alternatives of the material you can use. So when you, for example, see a material X that is, there is a shortage of supply or a price increase on that material, our R&D or R&I, Research and Innovation team, will look for alternatives material that will give you the same nutritional value, and it's available in the market. So this is something the feed industry enjoy, other than the food industry. Finally, I think from yesterday presentations and today, everyone is talking about the SRM. And I think it's not an option anymore in procurement. It's become a must. We have seen the SRM has affected and helped us and support us in the decision making, working closely with the big suppliers globally in the grain industry in the past 2 years, creating a workforce, collaborate with each other, support us in taking the right decision in most of the time. We are available outside. If you have any question, we'll be happy to answer you. Other than that, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now it is recognition time. So, welcoming Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Dal'an, the President of Organizing Committee. Let us welcome Mr. Alexander Borg. Let us welcome Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Ghamdi. Samir Ahmed. Dr. Reem Al-Attas. and Muhammad Al-Rajhi. Okay, we are 4 minutes ahead of time, so we need to keep you on stages, please. Can we keep you, Abdurrahman? Can we keep you? It's okay. Please, if you have now a question, I'm sorry just to stop you at some question because of the time, but since we are having a time, if you have any question to the speakers, please go ahead.
الحقيقة مو كويستشن هو طلب من الأخ عبد الرحمن الغامدي والأخ محمد الراجحي. حقيقة تكلموا عن success story، والsuccess story هو transformation. الأخ عبد الرحمن تكلم عن success story transformation في مجال سلاسل الإمداد في شركة سار، والأخ محمد تكلم عن success story في مجال المشتريات في أراسكو. I need them to speak in English, huh? Okay. Two gentlemen talked about the very successful stories about transformation in their divisions. Abdurrahman talked about the transformation, about his division in the supply chain in SAR, and Muhammad talked about his success story in the transformation of his procurement in Arasco. My request to you guys, we need to make workshops in the supply chain and procurement society for the procurement society members, really to learn and to benefit from this success story. This is my request to you guys. Shukran.
Thank you.
I think there is two types of success stories, Abdullah. There is the, as we have seen from Arasco, from our friend, they own the supply chain, right? So that's a one model. Some of companies, they do go for that to minimize or reduce the total risk. So they go for total ownership, but the cost is a bit on the high side on that respect. There are companies who go for outsourcing. If you will ask which is the best, who knows? Which I said in my presentation is there isn't a model which you can pick from the shelf and you can adapt it, because everyone tries his best to improve, right? What is good for A is good for B. We have seen it in many companies. If you look at the aviation, at Boeing and Airbus, it's a good example, right? So there isn't any model which you can pick from the shelf and you can adapt. You have always to improve your situation. And Arasco is a typical case study of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. To your request, we will be happy to share our journey in the transformation. I think we have a lot to share and lesson learned from this transformation in the procurement. When we say procurement, maybe unlike SAR and the supply chain, we have a different operating model in procurement and supply chain. But we have seen many lessons learned in the procurement, and we'll be happy to share with the Procurement and Supply Chain Society our journey in the procurement.
Our pleasure, Abu Saleh, inshallah, to conduct a workshop for the entire exercise of the merge. I can also bring the team who extensively work on the transformation. They've been working on the journey from the beginning of the merge till today. It's our pleasure to share the success.
Thank you really for your positive response. And I just wanted me to elaborate a little bit about the need for this workshop. The need for that workshop, we're talking about transformation in lectures and training. But people will not really understand it very well unless really they see it. So from you guys bringing what you have done, it will actually enlarge their awareness, enlarge actually their education, and it doesn't have to be that they will copy your model, but at least they will understand what does it mean transformation. And instead of somebody just telling them theories, they want me to see it in practice. That's the reason we want them in that workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abu Saleh. Thank you, Abdullah Tassan, and thanks all the speakers. Yes. The last question.
Thank you for this informative sessions. I need to ask about the hedging. You, Mr. Muhammad, I think you mentioned that the hedging, now it's very important for greens and I think in other industry. This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. طبعا as you mentioned, hedging is a very common tool in all commodities. So I would say previously we never used hedging because things were stable. As I said, only the fundamentals that play a major role in determining the prices, which is the availability. However, after 2020 and all of the things that happened that affected the agri-commodity, hedging, I'm not sure if you are aware of put and call. Some of these tools are used in the hedging where it will minimize or mitigate your risk for the future prices, because this is a future market price where you price for 3 months ahead contract. So these are literally everybody now is using hedging, unlike before, because they are trying to know to mitigate their risk and their exposure. You cannot guarantee what will happen after 3 months. So put and call, which are tools for hedging, are being used heavily these days just to minimize the exposure.
No, I think if there are no more questions, we can wrap up now. Yeah? Great. But again, thanks to you all, thanks to Abdurrahman and all the team and fellow speakers. I think it was an amazing session. So if there are no more questions, what do you think? Should we wrap up?
Well, thank you very much. I think now we are under big pressure
to do something better in future. I think from all this discussion we have seen today that still a lot of things to be learned. We have seen terms being utilized. I studied it before. Now hedging being utilized, a good example. Abdurrahman mentioned something very, very good. Every time he talk about SAR, I learn something. Intertech, our partners here, they can talk about ISO, they can register you, they can evaluate you, and they can help you very much to improve your processes on the system. So I'm not talking about the Intertech, but I really appreciate their work, plus other people like Saleh Al-Suwaiti and others. Dr. Reem surprised us with the type of presentation we learned today about Sabariba. Of course, there is other competitors outside, but all of us will learn. Thank you, Alex. He came from Malta. I am sure a lot of people here in this room didn't know where is Malta. He can talk about Malta during the network. شكرا عبد المجيد. I think he is doing a great job. Thank you.
يعطيك الصحة والعافية. يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. Thank you. Now it is a networking break, so we will see you back at 12:30. Thank you very much. يعطيك العافية. شكرا. انت تبقى اخر شيء الان؟
اللي جاي واللي بعده.
اللي جاي خلاص ما في الا واحد اللي هو ده سيشن 3.
هو ده بس.
في شيء ثاني بس موجود معاهم هذا الورك شوب ما موجود معاهم.
هيجيبوه امتى؟
بعد ما نغلق المؤتمر.
يعني هنصور الورك شوب ولا لا؟
لا هنجيب لك اياه. حقون الورك شوب ولا لا؟ فين قبلهم وقبل؟ طب انا بس عشان ارتب وين فين فيصل؟ عشان ارتب معاهم. فيصل المخلص، ابراهيم الغامدي، ايوه. لا فيصل لو شيء، انا لو صوت. ابراهيم الغامدي.
شغال زي الحلاوه امبارح واشتغل اول سيشن بعد كده وقف. ليه بقى؟ اتحير. ثلاثة أربعة كده.
اديني 5 دقايق للنوم انا عندي كباريك برضه بس هغيره لي.
and I'll send it from WhatsApp. If you give me the number, because I'll have to connect it.
050
the country code.
ما في موجود، ما في ايميل موجود ايميل.
My email.
انا يبغى انت تركب واتساب هنا عشان انا والله فيري بيزي.
Sorry, I don't speak Arabic.
واتساب.
This.
بس يلا. هذا التليفون واتساب؟
Dubai, yes, but it will work. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm very busy on that. أنا welcome.
تعال عبد المجيد. شوف زي كذا سويت.
See you.
The upcoming. نعدل عليه.
كيف اللحظة؟
هلا والله كيف حالك؟ هنا على طول see you upcoming event.
upcoming event ولا إنه the upcoming نسوي the procurement conference؟
برضو تمشي.
ابعت البرزنتيشن اللي بعتها لي بس عشان انزلها.
تخيل كم فلاش.
فين البرزنتيشن؟ ما بعد شيء. ما بعد شيء.
خلاص
هو بعد الظهر عامة يعني.
الحين حي ما في مشكلة. see you in the upcoming event.
دقيقة عدل عليه تبع.
السعودي procurement conference.
تستخدموا الجاسة؟
أيوة.
شوف هذه. عدل على حاجة.
حلو.
وش صار؟ ايه بس اكل هذا شو عليه؟ خلاص؟
خليه على طول.
ليش طيب؟ دقيقة بصور.
مو هذا
عشان تكون صورة ولا برزنتيشن؟ خلاص هي اثنين هنا موجودة تمام؟
خلاص لا تقول. باقي بس فليكر هو ده. السلام عليكم. Welcome everyone. ايوه هبدأ بعد دقيقة. يلا. يلا please let's start. Abdullah, please invite the other.
Hello.
الو واضح؟ طيب
Welcome back all. Now we will move to the next item in the agenda. Is a presentation from Mr. Faisal Al-Mukhlis, who is the co-founder and the CEO at Root, talking about the role of technology in improving the last mile. Let us welcome Mr. Faisal Al-Mukhlis. We need to share the story and the inspiring and the motivation to Root, including صاحب المعالي عبد الله السواحي.
Indeed, indeed.
إن شاء الله.
شكرا عبد المجيد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. My name is Faisal Al-Mukhlis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tarood. Tarood is considered the first logistic technology company in Saudi, providing all last mile service in one platform. And we are giving this platform to e-commerce drivers to all beneficiaries to benefit from it. Instead of going to scattered service on the last mile, you will find them available on one platform. And alhamdulillah, day one, since we start the project, it was got the endorsement from MCIT. Engineer Abdullah Aswah himself was one of the big supporters for the startup. And this is due to the perceiving of the importance of last mile and how the COVID changed the concept of last mile. Pre the pandemic, we have 30 last mile company. Nowadays, we have 120 plus last mile company in Saudi market. We will talk today specifically about the last mile in delivery. And if we go back to understand what is the last mile as a concept and terminology, it came from the telecommunication sector, where the telecom company need to move the wires. Then there also a last mile for passengers, the traveler, the transportation, like the ride hailing, Uber and Karim. But specifically today, we will talk about the last mile on delivery. We will see what is the challenge, what is the role of technology to mitigate this challenge, and we will also pass on to see some of the case studies. To understand what is the last mile, it is the last step delivering the goods from the main hub for delivery to the customer or taking it to the stores. And the challenge comes with that, it should move in a very quick way and efficient with the cost-effective way. And to see the last mile on the supply chain, it is the last mile, but it's not the least. It's the moment of truth where everything will be experimented. The business will give the parcels or good to delivery man. The delivery man will take it to the end customer, and there everything will be experimented. What value proposition you want to reflect as a business, then it will be at the hand of the delivery guy. If he convert that customer to happy customer, then this will reflect back on your business. Because of this is the most important mile on the whole chain. This is a glimpse on the history of last mile. In the 70s, the replenishment happened from the supplier or the main warehouses to the shops. Then it's moved to have central warehouses to do the replenishment for the shops. Then on 90s, we see the import-export principles. In the 2000, which was the .NET emerging and the booming for e-commerce, we will see several methods to deliver the goods, starting from the e-fulfillment center. Then these days we are also seeing micro-fulfillment centers where you will find them inside the district. This will make the merchant or the business tap on the quick commerce. Today, if you want to order from grocery or food, you should receive it within 20 minutes. Then similarly will happen also to the e-commerce. And this also pushed the delivery time to reach 0 day, or what's known as the same day delivery. When customer today order any item, the customer needed to be delivered immediately. Less than 1 day, that means we are talking about 0 day. And this concept introduced by Amazon. Amazon driving the market of the last mile, and they introduce many successful stories where they are pressurizing whole industry to happen with Amazon. And to see what's the main driver for the last mile, it's the urbanization, and I'm sure the people who live in Riyadh, let's say 2 years back, they can see the congestion on the street, and this also, it will have its implication on the last mile. Also the customer behavior. The customer behavior and the expectation is emerging and expediting. People today, even if the item is not necessary, they need it immediately to be delivered. And the key main driver, it is the behavior of the customer and the change of that behavior. Let's just see what is the challenge of last mile. I'm sure everyone knows this problem, the salesman delivery problem. For example, if you receive just 200 orders and you want to accommodate them on 10 trucks, and to deliver it to the 200 customer, then we will have 55 trillion possible groups. Just imagine just for 200 parcels or 200 delivery within 10 cards. Multiply that by 1,000. Here where the optimizer or the supercomputer will come and will give you the most optimal way. With that also it will not be very optimal. It should be tested and evaluated. And here we can see the emerging of hyperlocal experience or the hybrid model between technology and the human experience. This is some of the challenge. I will talk today about the operational challenge. I will not talk about the sustainability, thanks to Dr. Reem and our colleague Samir, who shed the light on the sustainability. Then these challenges, it come to the time, to the cost, and to the efficiency of doing the delivery. Here, distribution at this pie showing the main challenge for the last mile, which mainly come on the customer demand and the cost. And to understand why the last mile is very important, it's taking the majority from the cost of the whole supply chain, which is 53%. Then to understand what is the role of technology and how it could mitigate, today the decision maker perceives the importance of technology and how it will have a positive implication on advancing their operation. Then we can see the leveraging of data, big data, and make it very easy to them to take the decision. Then also we are seeing many business models using electrical vehicles and the autonomous robotic. When we come to categorize the technology for the last mile, it will fall on one of these categories. First, data acquisition, how we acquire the data, and one of these technology through RFID. Then the transportation technology while commuting on the street. Then the information technology like the IoT, the sensors, the POS. Then the warehousing technology like the robotics and the advanced system AI to help in enhancing the inventory. Here's some case studies of harnessing the technology. For example, if we see the driverless vehicles or the autonomous vehicles and what is the benefit of that, it will benefit the supply chain to do the enhancement for the time and having a happy customer. Also the 3D printing or the additive manufacturing. Today, I'm sure most of the industry who have the preventive maintenance, they can order some of the spare parts using 3D and cut all the supply chain. Some of the case study, let's start with the giant of the industry, Amazon, which taking or driving the whole industry to zero-day delivery. Amazon at 2012 acquired Kiva startup with $775 million US. Then they introduced the same day delivery. Then they go to Prime now. Then we can see how they are leveraging and using data to enhance the whole process. Today, Amazon providing Amazon Logistic as a Service, LAS, Logistic as a Service. If you are merchant selling your item, even if it's not fulfilled by Amazon, you can start use Amazon service. That means they are taking the share from UPS, from FedEx, and we can see what happened last month to FedEx, where Amazon surpassed FedEx in USA. It's a very whole network, it's very complicated, and Amazon, they have three main sectors. On the service, Amazon Flex, it's like crowd sharing. Then also on the warehousing, then we can see also the robotic use on the pavement to deliver the parcels, and also the parcel lockers for out-of-home delivery. Amazon today, they invest above 1.5 billion on the last mile. They have 400,000 drivers, 30,000 cars. Also, they have 70 planes. Here also one more case study, 57% reduction of transportation risk on Tata Steel in India. Tata used to deliver items. They have their own last mile internally. Then there is lack of efficiency of traceability. Then by employment of advanced technology powered by AI, they succeed to reduce that risk 57% and down the turnaround percent to 32%. Last but not the least, طرود, a local startup. We successfully helped small and medium and enterprise business to shipping faster, smarter, and more efficient than ever. What we are doing basically, we went to all last mile provider on the Saudi market, and we integrate all of them in one API, and this API, we give it in shape of a plug and play to all business. Despite of the size of the enterprise, if you are a government entity and you want to have infrastructure where you can manage and see all of the last mile, then you can use Turud today, even using your contract. It's just an infrastructure for shipping. Then also, we are giving the traceability today. If you are last mile, we see a lot of difference in terminology for the last mile logistic here. Some of them use Arabic words, some of them English. Even in the English words, they have different terminology just for tracking one parcels. Then we built a central or unified dictionary. We mapped each terminology with it. Then it's become very usable and readable for the e-commerce. Today, we have above 1,000 beneficiaries using Turud platform, and we can see overall 20% growth in their sales. Takeaways from this presentation: the last mile market is growing, a lot of opportunities. The main driver is the consumer behavior and the e-commerce as well. This is my take on the last mile. Thank you very much.
فيصل، بس لو تقول الفكرة باللغة العربية للناس، فكرة المشروع، والآن وين وصلت بالضبط في
المشروع احنا بدأناه قبل سنة تقريبا، وكنا أول ستارت اب في السعودية successfully secure fund pre-revenue. ما كان عندنا دخل ولا فلوس، وجاوا 3 صناديق من أكبر الصناديق في السعودية، Impact 46، سيدرا، هلا فينشر. فهذا يورينا حجم الاحتياج اللي موجود في السوق والابيتايت اللي عند الانفسترز. فهو عبارة عن API خاص في الشحن. نخلي اليوم كل الخدمات الخاصة في اللاست مايل موجودة في API واحد. It's a matter of plug and play. إذا أنت منشأة كبيرة تقدر تاخذ طرود just plug it with your ERP system ولا warehouse management system or inventory system whatever you are using. You will tap in all local service في الماركت السعودي. وهذا نعتقد إن شاء الله أنه بيساعد كثير من البزنس to move the goods seamlessly in more efficient way، وحتى نروح لقصة الإكسبورت. اليوم معظم الإي كوميرس في السعودية ما جالسين يروحون cross border لوجود difficulties to understand how to go cross border in terms of documentation, in terms of price, surcharge price. فإحنا سهلنا الموضوع وصار one stop shop للجميع.
يعني ككستمر جيرني بغض النظر عن الشيء اللي بطلبه، اللهم فقط بمجرد انه احطه في الموقع تبعكم
صحيح
everything will resolved، حتى الشيبمنت تايب، البوكس، الشغلات هذه كلها
it will be resolved. yes هو صار سمارت انجن، كليك بوينت A to بوينت B يطلع لك لسته بكل الافيلبل شوبرز. يعني لو نقول كلهم، يعني لو نقول كايك ولا اكسبيديا كونسبت في التيكتينج بس في قطاع الشيبينج. طبعا في قطاع الشيبينج موضوع صعب لان في فيزيكال جودز تشود بي موفد، ما هو زي التيكتينج. فهذا كانت الاكسبرتيز اللي تشود بي ريفلكتد في السيستم، ما هو بس تبني كومباريجن سيستم ولا ريكومنديشن انجن. ان شاء الله اي واحد اليوم يقدر يدخل حتى على طرود. الى اليوم هو ما زال فاتح C2C، بس خلال شهرين بيصير B2B. ف you can try it if you want to ship any item from Riyadh to any place ولا في اي مكان في السعوديه، يطلع لك قائمه بالاسعار اللي موجوده في السعوديه لشحن المنتجات.
يعطيك الصحه والعافيه.
الله يعطيكم العافيه ان شاء الله.
شكرا.
الله يسلمك. شكرا يا حسين.
Okay, thank you Mr. Faisal. Now we will move to the next item in the agenda. Is a presentation from Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ghamdi, who is the Senior VP, Corporate Development and Transformation, Board Member at Al-Bawani, talking about digitalization of ABC supply chain. So let us welcome Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ghamdi.
يعطيك العافية. صوت واضح؟ السلام عليكم. It's my pleasure to meet you again, guys, after 2 tough years that I've been through. And I think the whole world is going through that difficulty from COVID to the latest political issues that we have. And the reason I'm mentioning that, the most impacted part of the business is supply chain. And here we are to make things much easier and cost effective. Can I have the slides?
Yes, just give us a minute.
So just a few minutes when I was looking to the presentations, it's really impressive. So I'm taking off my supply chain hat and I'm wearing like a board member in EBC company, especially in the civil work. In the last 20 years, I've seen the supply chain, petrochemicals, oil and gas, offshore and inshore, and nowadays I'm working on the civil and infrastructure background. So you can tell supply chain, it's not one thing fit for all type of businesses. And a few hours back I was trying to translate السهل الممتنع, which is really a سهل الممتنع supply chain. Everyone can talk about it. There is so many stories. There is a huge impact on supply chain by the size of the organization, the nature of the organization, the sector, and all that. We always jump to the easiest part of the story, which is the digitalization. And to be honest with you, I've been in a discussion where digitalization is simply go to the big organization or a nice tool to have there and plug it there and you're expecting to have the result. In 2 months or 3 months, I have a huge pressure from so many company or software providers that they're trying to convince me to take their tour in our company. But I came from a big implementations in my career, so I thought that it would be good to share with you guys what I'm looking at far away from supply chain, but as a corporate leader, what is my way of digitalization of any part of my business. So before I go to that area, I'll just show you why I'm focusing on supply chain, why I'm here today. Most of you guys, maybe you are related to supply chain somehow in your business, but why I'm here, why supply chain for me as a construction or contracting company is really essential. So before digitalization, what should I do and what should be there before even I think about supply chain digitalization? So what the process and the technology selection, and that last part, I'm telling you, this is the key thing for any successful supply chain, no matter what. So if we see the first one, without going in the details, I know the guys, they're watching the clock closely. So if I focus on the EBC and the contracting, in any company that you'll find a 70 to 75% of the cost of the contract is procurement, supply chain. Think about it. We have a small part in engineering, but there's so many activities when it comes to procurement, transportation, logistic, warehouses, and all supply chain, that it will make the construction easy. Yes, engineering has a significant role. If they make any mistake in the drawings, then the whole chain will be really difficult. But the main impact on the cost is in the supply chain. So by that value, on my contract, any contract that I'm doing, so that's a big area of either a huge hit on the cost side or a big saving when I do optimization. So, guys, anyway, until they fix the presentation, okay, we're here. So if you, this is not working yet. work? Okay, go to the next slide. Okay. So before digitalization or anything else, the first time when I came to the executive level and just try to see how can I manage a big organization, I need to have the data available in my hand accurately. Now, if the data comes later, that means I would not be able to decide. And my decision, if it comes late or inaccurate, then it will be useless or worthless. I need to have a governance. I need to make sure when I have, for example, 15,000 employees in our organization, I need to make sure that they're working according governance, standards, policy, procedures, that it will make the process contained in a business practice that I can follow and everyone will speak the same language. Resources, definitely. I need to have the right resources and the optimal number of resources, not to inflate the resources cost either in the overhead or also in the project. And there is other areas, but this is the main areas that I need to get in any process. So when we look at the process of digitalization, so this is not everything, but this is the things that the quick evaluation for me to see when I'm going to do any process before I select any technology. I need to map existing processes, activities. So I need to see the interfaces between the activities. Just recently, I was looking at how every process or function impact the other or any step, how it communicates with the other step. Then you will see the overlaps. Then you will see the redundancy in the business. And then I need to evaluate existing resources, either human resources or any other resources, including the tools that we have. So when I have these two informations, I can do re-engineering and then connect the dots. See, am I going that directly to the point, or I'm going in a zigzag or so many areas? So that's also an essential area. And then I need to see what's the impact of, maybe I will go to the supply chain, I'll fix it, I'll make it the most advanced process, but then it doesn't communicate with engineering or HR or any function. So I need to see the impact of every function on other one. And then I will come to the selection of the tools. I had an interesting discussion with Dr. Reem. There is a lot of technology providers that they're claiming we are the best. But the same tool, I've seen it in different companies, the same sector, the same practices. It's not working in one and it's working in another one. So what's the reason? This is exactly the reason. The brief, activities that you need to do before you select the technology. And I like one comment made that it's a continuous improvement in supply chain, and maybe the tool that will help me might not help the same or my competitor. There are so many elements in there. So, and then I have to do the implementation later on, and then the evaluation, and then I go to the cycle to make sure that it's a continuous improvement, to make sure that I have an efficient processes, not a system, but the whole processes, including the system. So when I go to select any technology, yes, I agree that we go after brands. So I need to go with a big brand. If that's the only element I'm looking after, it will be really risky. But then it's okay to map all brands that I have, and then I want to make sure that they meet my business requirement. Maybe I don't want to overspend on a tool or technology that I'll use only 10% of the functionalities there. Also the cost. I need it nowadays. You cannot deny the fact that you need it on a cloud base. You need to have it in a mobile application. You need to introduce the latest technologies to access the application. Also, you need to have it customizable to a certain level where it will give you the best practices, but you can adapt it and tweak it to have that area between the best practices and your environment that it can accommodate that technology. Of course, you need it to be integrated with other systems. You cannot get the best system in the world that doesn't communicate with other parts of your business, and then it will fail definitely. The ultimate goal is to reduce the cycle time, to increase the efficiency, reduce the cost, maximize the profit, meet your schedule, the deadlines, and everything that's specifically in the supply chain, and then user-friendly. I think some of the complex systems would not help because people, they will spend either time to learn how to work on it, or when you lose some resources and you bring another one, so that judgmental on how to deal with the system, if it's not clear, it will impact your system and the whole supply chain. And then ultimately, if you're talking about 72% of your company is supply chain, so you can imagine the significance of the impact. And this is my last slide and the most important thing. Always I have discussion when I come. I did a lot of consultation for all type of businesses, companies, and when it comes specifically on the supply chain, restructuring, and startup and all that. And I told the guys, listen, whatever you do, if you don't reach this, I'm sorry, it will be a waste of time. Yes, it will do something good for you, but at the end, as a leaders in our company, if I don't have the right numbers in front of me at the right time, I think we're missing something. So in every company that I've seen in my career, the good leaders, the strong leaders, they have the right information, the right taxonomy and structure of the data. I've heard sustainability, standardization, the source of data and all that, I agree with it. But if it's not draw a picture for you, how you derive your company, how you take that decision, I think that will be, you need to do really hard work there. Last thing, in every organization, it has its own KPIs that you need to put in place, and you need it to be semi-real time to capture what's your next. The next level, which is artificial intelligence or any other latest technologies, to put it there, you cannot do it unless you reach that level of accuracy. I know it's not easy, but there is a certain element in every organization that it's a must, or the minimum requirement we call sometimes, that it should be there. Other than that, there is a gray areas where we can improve on a continuous basis. I thought, guys, to share with you this. I hope after my meeting with you guys, I will bring home some technologies, some ideas how we improve our EBC sectors. So thank you so much for having your time, and hope to see you next year, Abu Salman, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I know that the doctor restricted you for coming here, but even that, you push yourself to come. So thank you very much. Now we will move to the next team, to the next item in the agenda is a presentation from Mr. Diya Nasruddin, who is a Director of Enterprise Account at Kuba Software, talking about stages of procurement maturity. Let us welcome Mr. Diya.
يعني لو احمى شوي عادي. بس اشوف ليش كم وقت؟ اوكي. طيب. السلام عليكم everyone. اول شيء مشكور للاستاذ ابراهيم، very good presentation. وطبعا يعني مشكور لك وبقول لك يعني it's very hard to come as a second after such a presentation يعني بعدين فإن شاء الله we live up to the standard. Can you hear my voice? Can you see my screen? هذه الأسئلة خلاص راحت ما عاد نشوفها. الحمد لله. Anyways, we're going to talk a bit about the 4 stages of procurement maturity. It's a simple framework model that we developed that allows any organization, any professional to assess where they are in terms of their procurement maturity, what they need to do to progress to the next stage. Let's set the scene a little bit and see what's going on right now in our world. Inflation rates are going at an extremely high, at something that we've never seen before, which means costs are going up. Interest rates are fluctuating, which means there's a higher cost for capital and investment. And of course, there's the uncertainty of risk and everything that's going on around the world. So overall, in good times, organizations, they want effective business spend management functions in organizations. In challenging times, they need it. And this is what we have seen in the last 3 years, not just with COVID, the Ukraine war, and many other things. So these are challenging times. And this is actually when you need to step up and continuously improve your function. You need to do more with less, increase your productivity, your efficiency, transform your business spend culture, make it more inclusive rather than exclusive purely to the procurement department. And of course, you need to always manage risks and mitigate against risks overall. Regardless of what anyone says, we're not interested in cost savings or controlling spend. But in reality, right, there's only 2 ways to increase the profitability of any company. You either increase the revenue or you control the cost. For every dollar that you save, you have to generate almost 10 times as much in revenue. You all have sales departments in your organizations. Go ask them how easy or how hard is it to generate 10 times more revenue, 10 times more sales. يعني if my manager comes and says your target's going to increase by 10 next year, راح أشيب immediately. باللحظة اللي هي. So managing the addressable spend is always crucial, will continue to be crucial. And that's something that we need to look at as procurement professionals. So let's have a look at the procurement maturity model. It's very simple, 4 stages. You can navigate through and move from one stage to the other, starting with the tactical and operational, moving to the sourcing mastery or the sourcing shop, as I would call it, category strategy, and last, business innovation. Now, for you to refine the procurement organization and move from one stage to the other, you need to look at 3 main elements. Can anyone guess what these elements are? Any guess? Any one of them? دكتورة تفضل. يعني قريب شوي. صحيح. أحسنت تكسب معنا 10 علامات ذهبية اليوم. People, process, technology. It's the same 3 pillars that we talk about. You need to refine people, the processes that they use, and the technology that supports them in every stage, in every part of the maturity model. So what we're going to do next is we're going to look at every stage and look at what the people, process, and technology look like, and what you can do at each stage to move to the next. So starting with the tactical and operational. And tactical and operational does not mean not important. On the contrary, tactical and operational stage is the foundation for your procurement maturity organization. This is your opportunity to headlock your cost and make sure that your operational processes are streamlined, they're efficient, they talk to each other. But mostly in this stage, procurement is a very administrative task. It's mostly handled by a mix of purchasing officers and finance. There's no clear strategy in terms of the procurement and purchasing the goods. It's mostly about fulfilling a process, what goes in, what goes out, and making sure invoices are paid. There's no questions asked about quality, service level agreements, etc. So that's more about the processes. Usually, most companies in this stage are either manual or maybe they rely on the ERP for the P2P process. If you are in this stage and you want to move next, my recommendation would be to work on all these 3 in terms of to move to the next stage, to the sourcing mastery stage. But overall, this is a good place to start to make sure that costs are controlled and your processes are streamlined in terms of the P2P process. The next one is the sourcing mastery, or the sourcing shop, as I call it, where I would say maybe 50 to 70% of the organizations in the MENA region entirely are in this stage, which is where they start introducing sourcing as a key function within the organization. Mostly procurement is handled by procurement professionals along with finance. There's a bit of proactivity in terms of dealing with the internal stakeholders and finding out the requirements. Strategic sourcing is something that is implemented and embedded. There are questions asked now when buying different categories like cost, service level agreements, risk, performance, etc. And there might be a supplier segmentation in terms of which suppliers are more important than others. This is a good place to start in introducing more of the upstream type of the sourcing tools, like a source contract tool, to better manage the sourcing process, the supplier segmentation, onboarding, and the contracts as well. Now, the third stage, which is where I would say maybe 20% of the companies are, category strategy. This is where procurement becomes more strategic. This is where they start managing more spend within the organization. This is where there's value that's delivered within procurement beyond just savings. And this is where you actually see it in the teams and the people and the segmentation. You will have more seasoned professionals working as category managers, managing the end-to-end category, having quarterly business reviews with their suppliers, discussing risk and performance, discussing the same internally as well. And this is where most companies would have a full-streamed business spend management platform managing the entire spend. And obviously, this is where you would look at risk, ESG, and other compliance initiatives that might be important that would help you achieve more value beyond the cost aspect of or the savings. And the last stage is business innovation. This is where where you really take it to the next step, beyond the category strategy, beyond the strategic level. This is where you focus on actually business innovations and adding value on top of that. Here you might have you might schedule continuous sessions with your key suppliers and have access to maybe new products or new innovations that your suppliers are doing, and have access to them ahead of your competition. And you might actually weave them as part of your organization and part of your process. A good example here is Apple, where they continuously have a contract for their batteries for about 25 years with a single supplier. They don't spend any research and development on their batteries. It's all done through their strategic suppliers for the next 25 years. I would say this is a good example of where procurement was part of the business innovation. Another thing, also explain the Apple example, is during the Thanksgiving and Christmas season, there's a high demand on Apple products for gifts and presents and whatnot. What Apple does is they actually secure all the air freight slots within the providers early on in the year. They do it in February or January. So what they've done is they get ahead of the competition by making sure that their products are available within next day delivery for the busy seasons. So these are just some of the examples that you might need to look at when you're in the business innovation or the highest maturity within the organization, within the model. Now, there's more value delivered as you move towards the different stages of the maturity. Over time, of course, it's not a switch. It does take time to mature your business and increase it. Some organizations might actually see it fit to stay in a specific stage and not move forward, and that's fine. If it's aligned with the corporate strategy, if it delivers the value, the objectives that is set by the business, that's absolutely fine. As long as the important thing is to assess the current situation and find out if it fits my overall strategy, business strategy, the company that I serve, or do I need to improve and do something better? And if I do need to improve, we go back to the same 3 pillars: people, process, and technology. And you have to refine each one of them to be able to mature into the next stage. Now, before I leave you, I just need to highlight a few tools that might be useful for anyone. The first one is the Coupa Benchmark Report, which contains about 20 KPIs that are most used by the leaders within the Coupa platform. And the second link contains the ebook for the procurement maturity model that I just presented. Thank you very much for listening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Diya. We'll go with the next presentation with Mr. Salim Al-Shammari, who is the purchasing leader at Sipkim, talking about Tailspin Management. Let us welcome Mr. Salim Al-Shammari.
بوينتر بي
بوينتر
اوكي
تحطها في جيبك عادي
اقدر اشيل
تحطها في جيبك
اوكي خلاص
اوكي توكل على الله.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Well, first of all, I'd like to deliver my thankful statement to all of you here, ladies and gentlemen, for making this happen. This is a life-changing opportunity, an event for all of us in KSA, and it is actually a life-changing opportunity for myself to be able to listen to all the great minds and professionals in the field of procurement and supply chain in general. So our topic today is going to be an interesting topic. I promise you that, not because I said so, but due to the facts and result that we received from our internal and external customers. But before we go and dive into our topic of the day, if you just allow me to go over a brief summary of Sipkim in terms of what it contributes to our national GDP and what it does to our community as well. So in Sipkim, our mission is to continuously create value through innovative and sustainable and quality products. Our vision is to be a recognized leader in the field of chemical industry. Sipkim is committed to the vision of the Kingdom 2030 by promoting industrial and commercial by promoting industrial and commercial diversification through the development of downstream. We are a world-class Saudi petrochemical company. Our capacity is 5.1 million worth of petrochemicals. We produce more than 30 distinct products. We have more than 5,000 jobs have been created directly and indirectly. We are committed to the growth and production of petrochemicals globally. Now, this is our journey and roadmap. We were established in 1999, all the way to 2018, where Sipkim and As-Sahra merged together, and the merger was successfully completed in 2009. Now, back to our topic, Tailspin Management. Now, when you hear the term tailspin, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? You would probably say any low-value items, any low-value purchases, or headache, and you're right about that. So, but according to credible sources such as McKinsey's and Planergy, tailspin happens when you have 80% of your total transactions, or in other words, POs, being issued to only 20% of the total value of your spend. So what does that mean? That means 80% of your transactions, POs, you name it, is happening right here. That means 80% of your effort, time, emails, negotiations, phone calls, whatever, you name it, is all happening right here, where the value is only representing 20% of the total spend value. So what this is doing to you actually is just keeping your attention away from the sweet pie right there. This is where you have big purchases, you can accomplish big savings by focusing on this part of the tail, where you should have more strategic approach introduced and developed in your organizations, and you may have also to establish new strategic partnerships with suppliers. So now that we know what a tail spend is there any way that we can reduce it or control it? Well, we have many strategies to manage tail spend. One is automation, and it is well-known strategy where you cover some of the items under a contract, and the PR will be created against this contract, and the PO will be issued automatically, as you may know. We have another strategy, which is a P card or a procurement card, where you can purchase some of your tail spend purchases under a procurement card. It is not that effective for tail spend management, but some organizations use it. And now we have something different, something new, something that is a trend in the market right now, something that is growing by leaps and bounds. I don't want to exaggerate, but which is e-catalogs. And we mean electronic catalogs. So what are these electronic catalogs? We have two types of electronic catalogs. We have the first one is called a punch-out catalog, and the other one is a standard catalog. Now you don't have to, waste your time or bother yourself with the details. The mechanism stays the same. The only difference is in a punch-out catalog, you connect your procurement solution to the supplier website, where you can browse all the items that you need. You can select any items that you require and add it to the cart. Then just you can click on checkout. Your PR will be created actually in your backend ERP solution, and all the items are going to be beneath that PR. Everything that is in this supplier website will be also replicated and copied to your backend ERP solution. Descriptions, you're talking about descriptions, specifications, values, delivery times, Incoterms. So, whereas in the standard catalog, the only difference here is you have to build the catalog. You have to do the effort. You have to add the items in the catalog. You have to maintain the prices and delivery. So now, you might be asking yourself, is this something we can use to control the tailspin issue that we introduced in the beginning? Well, the answer is we're going to find out. So, luckily, I prepared the demo for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in this demo, I'm acting as an end user who found an item in the catalog and wants to request it. Now, let's see how this takes place. So here I am as an end user. I found an item that I want to request. The description is there, the size, quantity, everything is there. I'm just, maintaining the quantity and adding this to my cart. Now I can just click on proceed to checkout. Now these are internal information that you don't have to bother yourself with it. This is just, for our own department. Now I'm just checking the fields in terms of VAT, Incoterms ZL account, and that's it. We're only a few clicks away from great, ladies and gentlemen. So now I can click on OK and submit the request. And your PR will be created, and we will check it as well in your back-end ERP solution. Any solution that you are using, you can check that. That is your ERP reference and the item as well. So I'm going to check this in our ERP solution in the back-end. Now this is the PR, got created with the same descriptions, same specifications, everything is maintained right there. Not only that, but in fact, not only the PR got created, the PO as well got created. So this is like a PR to PO process done just as you can see. This is an amazing tool and an amazing strategy to manage Tailspin. I keep getting excited, talking about this, even though I talk about this like on a daily basis. But, let me give you one more fact. The average processing time of a catalog request from a PR to a PO is only less than 2 minutes. And it is available to end users 24/7. So, more interestingly, the average processing time of 100 or even 1,000 items is the same average processing time of an item, which is less than 2 minutes. That is amazing. This is, a cutting-edge technology mixed with procurement processes and applications to help procurement and innovative finds to develop even more than that. So let's explore some more facts about catalogs. Some advantages, which is very obvious, as we mentioned, less processing time, less rejections. This is something, we just, found out that because every request that you are requesting, the information is laid out in front of you, so there is no room for mistakes, which we call in the petrochemical sector is OSDRs. But here I just put the word less rejections for everyone to understand. Less maintenance required. You don't have to do a lot of work because the supplier will do the remaining of the job for you. It is less resources required, less electricity, less, you name it, manpower maybe. More strategic spend, more information, more spend efficiency, more customer satisfactions. Actually, we have received a lot of requests from end users to add anything, even services, under catalogs. They say this is, I don't even have to be at office to request something. I can just, just open my iPhone and request whatever I need in the middle of the night. So these are our references. Before we conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as of today, we have more than 1,200,000 items in our catalog, ready to be requested, and anytime, 24/7. So these are our references, and thank you for your attendance and for your listening and time. Feel free to contact me off stage if you want.
يعطيك الصحة والعافية. خليك نحتاجك الستيج انت. طيب now it is recognition time again. Let us welcome Mr. عبد الرحمن الضلعان, the president of the organizing committee. Welcoming فيصل المخلص again. Mr. إبراهيم الغامدي. ضياء نصر الدين. سالم الشمري. طيب اوكي. هي موجودة. Okay, this is invitation to all the speakers for the last 2 days. Please come.
Dangerous? Dangerous. خلاص.
طيب. ايه تبي تعطي كلمة ولا نخلي الكلمة حتى بعد الورك شوب؟ صح؟ ايه موجودين. طيب let us welcome Sandeep Walia and Ahmed Nabrawi. Just to give you a brief about the workshop, will start at 2:45.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. اسمي أحمد نبراوي. أنا Solutions Architect for SlimStock. أتوقع سمعتوا عن سليم ستوك yesterday لما السعودي presented us. So today we'll have a small workshop. I have with me Sandeep Walia. He is the Chief Transformation Officer for Slim Stock. And we're going to have a topic about SNOP. And we'll have the main title, Plan Now, Reap Later. Do you want to say anything about this?
Yeah. Thank you, Ahmed. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So what we'll try to do in the workshop is link supply chain planning with your procurement strategy and your procurement efficiency, and how both the SNOP and procurement teams, they can drive the business agenda of your organization. So we hope to see you there, and bon appétit.
بالعافية يا جماعة وارجعوا لنا ارجعوا لنا.
There is just 245.
طيب حياكم الله. بس احنا يمكن امس ابو حسين كان العرض حق الجمعيه فيه اشكاليه، بس بدنا نعطيكم بريف على الجمعيه. تعطونا بس
2 minutes please.
2 minutes. بس نعطيكم عرض على الجمعيه. الجمعيه ما قلنا هي جمعيه وطنيه غير ربحيه، جمعيه المشتريات وسلاسل الامداد، جمعيه سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات. طبعا الجمعيه هي جميع، نسميها جمعيه الجميع وندعو الجميع انهم يشاركون فيها. مثل ما ذكرت ان شاء الله مؤتمر السنه الجايه نبي اذا سالنا السؤال هذا الجميع يكون عضو في الجمعيه.
شباب نحتاج 1 minute بليز. 1 minute شباب.
طبعا عندنا في الجمعيه رساله ورؤيه، رساله واضحه تهدف الى دعم اليوم سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات في المملكه العربيه السعوديه. هذا جزء من رؤيه 2030. طبعا اهداف الجمعيه عندنا الحمد لله 11 هدف، اهداف طموحه واهداف ان شاء الله تسعى لتحقيق ورفع نضج المشتريات وسلاسل الامداد في المملكه العربيه السعوديه وفي المنطقه ان شاء الله، وبدعم المختصين وقاده المشتريات في المملكه العربيه السعوديه نقدر ان شاء الله نحقق الاهداف هذه كلها. طبعا الخدمات والمبادرات مثل انتم شايفين عدد من الخدمات والمبادرات، موقع، توظيف، مؤتمرات، ورش عمل، تدريب مع الشركاء حقين. مركز النخبة واحد من الشركاء الاستراتيجيين اليوم للجمعية، ونعمل سويا مع الأخ عبد الرحمن الضلعان والأخوان في مركز النخبة لتقديم دورات متخصصة في مجال سلاسل الإمداد والمشتريات، فشكرا لهم. عندنا بحوث في توجيه شخصي، توثيق المعرفة، أيضا موقع الجمعية في تويتر ولينكدين، في خدمات دائما تعطى معلومات دائما تصير لها بوست ونشرات في موقع الجمعية. طبعا ندعو الجميع، يمكن تاخذون باركود حق لينكدين وحق تويتر، ودي الجميع يصور الباركود هذا ويشارك فولو اب للجمعية وحساب الجمعية عشان ان شاء الله تطلعون على كل جديد. شكرا للجميع.
يعطيك العافيه. ومدينا نقول ابو هيفا مثل ما في هب موجود للهيئه السعوديه للمهندسين، حتى كذلك للدكاتره، فالان الهب او المركز لكل العاملين تحت سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات هي جمعيه سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات. الان عندنا تقريبا حدود 300 عضو، وان شاء الله تارجتنج بنهايه السنه نوصل الى 500، وفي ورش عمل كثيره وبنرات تحت سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات. فحيكون هذا هو مركز لكل العاملين تحت سلاسل الامداد والمشتريات. يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. See you back إن شاء الله 2:45.
انا تواصلت مع عبد الله.
ايوه.
هذا جزء بسيط ان شاء الله شوي يروح ان شاء الله والله الشخص دينه والله مسكين لا
جبت جاز
ويكون فيها الايتمز مسجل في الشركات يكون ايدنتال لان مو ايتمز زي الشركات الثالثه هذا رقم شغال عليه طبعا يسموها فهذه شغالين عليها شغال هذه واحدة هذه اللي عندنا انا جمعية صح هو
Okay. في فيديو شيء عندنا نشغل؟ نعم.
It starts now. We still have 10 minutes.
No, it's supposed to be.
It starts at 2:45. Okay.
Okay, we will start inshallah in 2 minutes. انه نبي نتاكد كمان انا خايف صار الناس اللي موجودين في فيديو مدينة نشغله ما في اي فيديو على اليوتيوب. Do you have any video on YouTube? Any video on YouTube channel?
No.
Or Slim Slim?
We might have. We can check. I think there is. It's a YouTube channel. The first one. Sadi. No. I think there was one.
Wait!
Let's play it first because I don't know what is in the video. Okay.
Yes.
Can I? It's not needed, I think. No, it's not needed. It's okay. Not needed. No, you can just start with the presentation whenever it is okay. Maybe wait 5 minutes, people will start coming in. it's interactive. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 people. I think you have a lot of bags. Maybe all will come after lunch. So, coffee or something. That's fine. Maybe keep it to 45 minutes. People coming in. Yeah, I'll move on. Finish your introduction.
جاهزين نستناكم. السلام عليكم. دقيقة واحدة ونبدأ، بس نستنى نشوف لو في آخر ناس طولوا في الغداء شوية، بس دقيقة.
Joining us for
طيب السلام عليكم. We're going to start. My name is Ahmed Nabrawi. I'm the solutions architect for and as I mentioned earlier, Saadi has spoken yesterday and told you a little bit about SlimStock. Today I hope that we have an interactive session. So we're going to ask you a couple of questions, 5-6 questions, and we would love to hear from you. We'd love to hear your experience so we can both learn something new today. تمام؟ قريب؟ كده أحسن؟ Perfect. اللي ورا يقدروا يسمعوني؟ Okay. So my background is in supply chain. I've worked in supply chain for the last 8 years. And I have with me Sandeep Walia. He's the Chief Transportation Transformation Officer of SlimStock, coming with a supply chain background for over than 18 years, I think, mashallah. So we're gonna have like a chit chat, me and him, and would love to engage you in this discussion. Sandeep.
يعطيكم العافية. بس لو تجي قدام عشان يكون، لأنه أغلبها حتكون انتراكشن تفاعلية أكثر. ف at the end if you could come here. يعطيكم الصحة والعافية.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandeep Walia, with SlimStock since 7 months now. But before that, I spent almost 18 years in industry, always in supply chain. Started my career with L'Oréal in France. Then I moved to Louis Vuitton Group. After that, I moved to Adidas in Germany. And just 6 months ago here in Dubai. And what we are going to share today, the agenda today is we are going to link supply chain planning or the quality of supply chain planning with your financial performance. Whether supply chain planning is art and science or both. How you can complement your supply chain planning with a cross-functional S&OP that has a direct link with your procurement strategy. What are the benefits of S&OP? How to get it right? And in the end, if the time allows, question and answers. So as Ahmed mentioned very rightly, please feel free to share your experience, your expertise, ask questions. We want the session to be interactive. It's not the best of the slots. It's the last session of the conference. It's after lunch, but we'll try to keep it short and sweet, but also rely on you for making it a little bit interactive.
طيب. For everyone who's into the stock market and and know about this. This is the stock price for one big, huge company that we all know. And I'll give you a hint about this company, Swoosh. This company's stock price has decreased in 2 days, from the 29th to the 30th. Can you see that drop? That big, dramatic drop. Can you tell us if you know about this, if you know the company? Do you know anything about this? No idea?
Yeah, so swoosh is basically the Nike logo. It's called swoosh. So this is Nike. And last week they published their quarterly results. And they announced 4% increase in revenue, 22% decrease in their net income. But what made the markets react like this was 44% increase in their inventory, which means this is a very fresh, because it happened last week, and a concrete example of how your inventory is directly linked with your financial performance. Within 1 day, $15 billion of market cap of Nike, they were wiped out just because of inventory. And it is not only that. When we talk about the planning and inventory decisions of a company, they are directly linked with the customer experience you want to provide. So if you are into retail industry, your point of sale experience when the customer walks into the store is directly linked with, sorry, you wanted to say something? 44% increase in inventory year on year. 10% decrease. 10% decrease in 1 day. And sorry? 44% increase in inventory. Their stock this year is 44% higher than last year, same period, which means they will have to liquidate it. And if they have to liquidate it, they will have to take a hit on their gross margin, because it will not be full price sell-through, it will be liquidated sell-through.
It means they have to move it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they will not be profitable because they have 44% increase in inventory.
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Exactly. And it is not only Nike. A lot of retailers, a lot of companies, they are in this situation, and that's why if you Google inventory glut, you will see so many retailers, they are suffering from inventory problem. So from 2020, 2021, where they did not have enough to sell, now they are packed and they cannot sell it anymore. And then there are other sectors where it is very difficult to get products because of shortage on chips. So if you look at the automobile industry, sometimes if you have to buy a car, it is 2 years or 2.5 years lead time minimum. So what we are trying to say here is that all the planning and inventory related decisions, they have a direct impact on your financial performance as a company, but also everything that you want to do as a business. Your point of sale experience, your customer experience, your assortment is impacted by your planning decisions, your availability, your inventory. Then sales and revenue, if you want to launch new products, do promos, manage end of life, collections, you will see in a minute, everything is linked with your availability decisions. Profit, we just saw, Nike will not be profitable in the next few quarters. And again, if you Google all the analysts who follow Nike, they have downgraded the outlook for the next 2 quarters. And then of course, your COGS. Why COGS? Cost of goods sold. If you have wrong inventory at wrong place, you will have to move it, and that has a direct impact on your COGS. And then of course, financial performance, we just saw. The other thing which is important to know is that this is what we call supply chain triangle. Every supply chain manager in the world, director in the world, VP, SVP, you call it whatever you want, they are trying to solve a simple problem. They have 3 sides of the triangle. One is service, other is cost, the other one is cash or working capital. And you can pick two. You can provide a very high service, but your working capital will go, it will not go down. You can provide very high service at a high cost. You can reduce your inventory, you can reduce your cost, but you'll not be able to provide service. So every supply chain organization in the world is trying to manage what we call the supply chain triangle of service, working capital, and cost. And procurement is directly linked with it because you contribute to all these three sides of the triangle. And what is the impact of this supply chain triangle again on the financial performance? Your service translates into revenue. Revenue minus your cost or your COGS is what we call EBIT. And EBIT minus your working capital, which is your inventory, is called return on capital employed, right? Let me ask you a very simple question. Let's say there are two companies generating 100 million of EBIT. One requires 1 billion of capital, the other requires 2 billion of capital. So if this is the only information you had, you will always invest in the company that requires less capital, which means inventory is again a key component of financial performance of a company in the marketplace and also in the financial economy. Now, I'll hand it over to Ahmed. This has been documented. You can read as much literature as you want on how supply chain planning can impact the financial performance of the company. But still, a lot of companies, they are not able to get it right. And it happens for a reason. And with concrete industry examples of businesses around us, we'll try to show you how supply chain planning is tricky, is complicated, is both art or science, or is art only or science only, and will need your participation for the next at least 10 minutes. Ahmed, over to you.
Okay, so as Sandeep said, supply chain planning, is it science? Is it art? Is it a combination of two? Do we really need to consider process, people? Is it just technology? What is it really exactly? Yeah? So these examples, I'll start with this one. So have your regular shampoo and you have a new product introduction, a hair mask. Now, what is the impact? What is the impact on the demand when we introduce this? Can you guys hear me? So what is the impact on the shampoo? I have this product that I introduced, which is a hair mask. From a demand perspective, what's the impact? Is it going to increase, decrease? What's going to happen? تفضل. Okay. Anyone else? ايش رايك يا دكتور؟ It will increase. What do you think, Sandeep?
It will increase because they are complementary products. When you go to a hair salon and you use a mask, you need to wash the mask afterwards. So for supply chain planning, this is what we call complementary products, where launch of one product increases the demand on another product. And for procurement and purchasing, it is very important. This is something that you don't see. But if you have, as procurement professionals, understanding of complementary products, you can already take a little bit of anticipation and discuss with your suppliers of potential demand increase or the extra quantity that you may need.
Another example, you have your regular LV bag and you have the newest limited edition bag. The same question. What's the impact? I hear scarcity. What do you say? The new model. Cannibalization. It's really good to hear, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting because Actually, I heard cannibalization, I heard decrease. This is because I was working for Louis Vuitton, so I know what happened in this case. There was no impact. The brand is so strong, the product is so strong, very well known to the female customer, that if they decide that they want to go for this, no matter what you launch as a limited edition, it does not impact the demand. So this is very important to know when you're planning and allocating the inventory, that in this particular case, the demand on the existing product will not be impacted by the limited edition collection.
Another food example. بالعافية يا جماعة توكم متغطيين. Bring you a photo of food. So you have your pasta sauce and your pasta. Just imagine you have a promo that is, if you buy one sauce, you get 1 plus. So 1 plus 1. Yeah? So what's the impact of this promotion on the pasta?
Yeah, in this case, since you don't eat sauce alone, you need to buy pasta. The fact that you have a promotion, buy one, get one free on pasta, on arrabbiata, you go and buy pasta along with it. Which means when the promotion on the sauce is over, the sales on your pasta go down. So this is again a very strong example of correlation between two different product categories. You have something to add? No.
Okay, that's an interesting one. You have your regular capsules, and you have the new introduced ones, the virtual. What's the relationship here? Would the demand of the regular ones be impacted by these new ones, or will it remain the same?
Yeah, this is a very interesting case because you're adding a new product line on top of an existing product line, and there is no impact on the demand of original capsules because it is a completely different technology. To use Virtuo capsules, you need to buy a Virtuo machine.
Exactly.
Which means the fact that you launch a new product line, it will not impact the demand on existing product line. And in some cases, in some countries, you're right. The demand on original went up after the launch of Virtuo for a very simple reason, because this is not patented anymore. Nespresso had a 10-year patent on original capsules. Now it is not patented anymore, which means Nestle can also do co-manufacturing or manufacturing for other players who want to sell the capsules under different brands. Last example, we are not going to bore you with this anymore.
Okay. You have an old watch that you are supposed to discontinue from the market after a specific period of time, let's say after 1 month, and you are introducing a new watch that is white gold. So this new introduction and the news of discontinuing the old rose gold watch, what's going to happen to the demand of that rose gold? Sorry? Why? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly the case in the watch example, since in that industry, the moment you announce discontinuation of a watch, it becomes a collector's item and the demand goes up. Which means if you compare it with iPhone, when Apple wanted to launch iPhone 14, the demand on iPhone 13 went down, which is not the case in this industry. So what we are trying to say here is that it's not very straightforward. There are a lot of complementary products associations, correlation, cannibalization. It's not easy to plan for demand when you don't have a handle on all these aspects of the business. And it's not only that, there are a lot of other factors that impact demand, and Ahmed will walk you through them.
So basically, we have different and so many factors that are affecting this signal of demand. So these factors can be external. So let's take an example. People travel, let's say from Saudi, we travel to Dubai during the holiday. So basically during holidays, the demand in Dubai will increase. Yeah? If we say the payday, so the first week or 10 days, you will have a high demand on all the spendings around us. So that's one, that's your external factors. Now you have your seasonality. We all know that we have one product that the sales go way high, which is Quaker Oats, Ramadan. So 2 months before, we have like a number of containers that are coming in the port, and that volume increases so much, okay? You also have your logistics execution process. You have your warehouse's capacity. So basically, how do you take into consideration different factors in together to make sure that you have the right mix and you have the right demand?
It's made up of patterns, something that you can detect. It's related to cannibalization, correlation, can be related to external factors, events. And it is very important as a supply chain organization to understand how I can handle the patterns in my data and how I can handle the unstructured data or the unknown. That's why we say that supply chain planning is a mix of both art and science. The quantitative part, some others they sell in low quantity, intermittent demand, lumpy demand. So it's how you categorize your product catalog that basically helps you with your mad bulls that are your high value, high volatility product, low volatility, and this is what we basically. Sorry? Anybody already doing SNOP in their organization? Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Maybe he can tell us about his experience in SNOP. Would you like to share it with us? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, this is exactly it. So basically what happens when we talk about SNOP, it's a cross-functional alignment process where all the different functions of the organization, they come together and they align on what their projected demand and supply and purchasing plan is over the strategic, tactical, and operational horizon. And that planning horizon can be different for different companies. If you are in a long product life cycle business, then your planning horizon can extend to 36 months. We saw the example of Audemars Piguet. The planning horizon of Audemars Piguet is 5 years because a lot of their sourcing, procurement on precious metals like platinum, diamonds, gold is long-term planning. So their strategic horizon is what, 5 years. When I was in L'Oreal, our strategic horizon was 12 months. So we used to plan 12, maximum 15 months in our SNOP cycle. So it can depend from one business to another. It can be completely different. So what do we do in the strategic? Strategic horizon as a business, we only look at what can be the disruptions that can come to our business. And then based on that, whether it is geopolitical, technological, health crisis, energy crisis, economic, what disruptions can impact my business and how I can prepare my organization for those disruptions. Of course, you will always have black swans like COVID that will come out of nowhere, and for that there is no planning apart from making your supply chain resilient. But at least when you have a strategic horizon, whatever that is, you focus on disruptions and how do I make my business immune from those disruptions. From the strategic horizon, we move to tactical horizon. And in tactical horizon, my role as a business leader or a supply chain or a procurement professional is to ensure how do I grow my business, which means how do I make sure that the supply, demand, purchasing, production, sourcing plan I have contributes to my top and bottom line objectives, my profitability, cost efficiency, working capital efficiency, eco-responsibility. We saw a little bit earlier, sustainability is a key factor for some of the businesses. Then comes the operational horizon, and operational is the shortest, nearest horizon from the current date, where you basically ensure that everything is aligned between your sales, marketing, finance, and supply chain teams. You have adequate supply response to the agreed demand signals. Your inventory is optimized. You have enough capacity, whether it is production line, warehousing, transport, or inbound transport. And then you have a clear understanding of how it is going to impact on your customer service. Once you have your S&OP process across strategic, tactical, and operational horizons aligned, then you can execute. But if you don't plan properly, you will not execute properly. So planning, whether it is supply chain planning or a more qualitative S&OP process, if you already have supply chain planning, is key to your execution. Yeah. Any questions, comments? I'll skip this one. So one part is understanding the planning horizon, strategic, tactical, operational. The other part, which is very important, is what is the role of different departments in S&OP. So when we talk about sales and marketing, what do they bring on the table? So as a sales and marketing professional, their role or their goal is to basically increase revenue, profit margins, market share. And they do it through availability. If they don't have product availability, they cannot do it. They just cannot achieve their goals. And what they bring to the table is unconstrained demand. Over the next 6 months, I'm going to sell 1 million. Whether we are going to sell it or not, that's a different question. But they give us the potential or unconstrained demand over the next few months. Role of finance is to make sure that the business is profitable. So finance is not top line driven, it is bottom line driven. Their focus is always on profit, not on the sales. And what they bring to the table is annual operating plan. That this is what we need to achieve from financial point of view. Supply chain planning, they basically take the unconstrained demand and they give that this is what we can achieve in terms of supply. And then that is basically what we call reconciliation or adjustment based on what our supply response is. We update our AOPs. And this is very important because once you have these departments coming together with a clearly defined role and responsibilities and clear understanding of who brings what to the table, it is it is relatively easy then to balance the demand and supply equation. And a lot of organizations, they are very advanced in it. So I can give you my personal example. We started doing S&OP way back in 2009. So that is when we had clear understanding of what we are going to sell in the next 12 months. Can we supply it? Can we produce it? Can we source it? If we have at supply, production, or sourcing any constraint, we would inform the top management that will basically review the plan and bring it down in line with the supply, production, and sourcing constraints. And what is S&OP? So it's a 5-step process, or 6, depending on if you include strategy review or not. It always starts with your yearly strategy review, where your focus is basically on profitability, risk management, cost. what are the needs of our customers and what are we going to do to make it happen. So if I give you 3 examples, let's say Flynas, Emirates, and Apple, what is their customer proposition? What is the customer proposition of Emirates versus Flynas? So Flynas, yes? Yes. Yeah, the key differentiation is customer experience and the cost. Emirates, the focus is more on customer experience. In Flynas, the focus is more on cost, right? So that is something very important at strategic review, which business I am in. Am I in service business, cost business, or a working capital efficiency business? So once you have your clear understanding of which business you are in through the strategy review, which happens yearly, normally around September, if you are in Jan to December fiscal year, and then comes the product portfolio review. So this happens quarterly or monthly, depending on how big your catalog is, product catalog is. And what we try to do in the product portfolio review is which products I'm going to launch, which products I'm going to do promos or collections in, and which products I'm going to discontinue. So product life cycle is important, and as we discussed, segmentation is also important because you focus on your horses and mad bulls and not on your turtles and rabbits, right? Then is the demand review, which is basically a monthly process. So here we look at the history, we cleanse it, we enrich it, and then we come up with an aggregated and signed off demand plan. Once we have the clear understanding of what we are going to sell, the next one is supply review, how we are going to either source it, produce it, and in some cases, decisions like make or buy, they are taken during the supply review. After supply review, it's very easy. It's basically the alignment between different functions to sign off on the aggregated demand and supply plans or production and sourcing plans. And once the team is aligned between sales, marketing, finance, they submit their proposal to the executive team or senior leadership for the final executive review where the sign-off is done. And this happens monthly, and it is the responsibility of the executive management to make sure that this is a holistic process. So what do I mean by holistic process? It means if you ask a sales or a marketing professional, they will always give you high numbers of potential. Why? Because it is in their interest. They are top-line driven. How do SLTs or leadership teams or executive teams, they make sure that they have a holistic approach? They will always look for how will you achieve your top line? At what cost? What is the inventory involved? What are the margin impacts? So this is what we mean by having a holistic approach. So this is the implementation of S&OP on top of your supply chain planning. And as you can see, it has a direct link with your procurement strategy. Because if you have a 30% uplift in your demand that you cannot satisfy with your production capability, you will have to take a make or buy decision. Do I increase the capacity in my production plan, or I source it from a co-packer, co-manufacturer, or a subcontractor? If you have that 20% increase in demand, this means you will need more warehouse capacity. Do I go to a new warehouse, or I keep the same warehouse, but I get a 3PL? So a lot of make or buy decisions that are triggered by demand, they are directly linked. Sorry? Yeah, well, I'll go quickly. I'll skip this one because you have... now, what is important to know is you cannot implement S&OP if you don't have a holistic approach, as we discussed. And what do we mean when we say holistic? It is focusing on people, process, technology, and governance at the same time. And what we have learned in our implementations with the different customers across the world is that in their S&OP journey, organizations, they don't focus on people or behaviors. And this is what Sadi mentioned yesterday. the key differentiator between a supply chain that makes money and the supply chain that saves money is people or processes. It's never technology. And I think people is the key differentiator or your competitive advantage, especially in the region where there is a big war on talent. Processes, if managed at right level of granularity, they can add value. And then only technology can be an enabler. If you don't have the right people, talented people, and you don't have the right processes, no matter what technology you bring in, it can be a rocket from NASA, it will not take you anywhere. Yeah. Benefits of SNOP, important. So this is all very documented. The source is on the right-hand side, Oliver White, which is a leading organization in SNOP benchmarking. So they did a survey of more than 200 companies on what were the perceived benefits or achieved benefits of implementing SNOP on top of supply chain planning. So as you can see, increased revenue, improved forecast accuracy, better supply planning, schedule adherence, reduction of inventory, improved logistic planning, asset utilization. And what is also important, what you don't see here, and for a procurement professional, it is vendor management. The fact that you have a streamlined end-to-end process helps you in vendor management on risk and compliance side, availability side, but also on cost side. The fact that your operations are streamlined, you cut costs on both sides. And that is, basically a very important factor to consider for procurement professionals who definitely have a seat in every SNOP process. Then, so this was the percentage of companies who basically confirmed these benefits. Now, what is the range of those benefits? So when you look at revenue growth, companies that implemented SNOP, they had between 10% to 30% growth in their revenue as a result of SNOP implementation. Inventory turns, 28% increase in inventory turns. Perfect order, 30%. OTIF, 50%. Demand plan accuracy, 53%. The fact that you bring sales, marketing, finance, supply chain together and make them collaborate automatically increases your demand accuracy. And if you are more on the upstream side, then you see the impacts on working capital, asset utilization, return on assets that we discussed, return on capital. So this is all literature. Nobody's making these numbers up. You can go to Oliver White website and get this. And there is a direct link on that website between SNOP and your purchasing and procurement strategy. A lot of literature is available. I'll quickly skip this one. I think we have 2 minutes. So this is what I'll leave you with, and then we can open the floor for question and answers. You have to build the foundations to achieve end-to-end planning excellence. And the foundations are people, as I discussed. Once you have the right people, you can build the process on top of it. Once you have the processes, you can bring the technology, combine it with qualitative intelligence that is there in your organization. So what do we mean by qualitative intelligence? It's what are the trends? How is consumer reacting? What is my competition doing? How my demand is impacted by my promotion or advertising or marketing? What is geopolitical stability impacting? What is forex risk, cost metrics? So this is what we call qualitative intelligence that is not there in a system per se. It is with people. It is their analysis, right? And on top of it, you have enablers, what we call enablers, segmentation we discussed. RPA automation, especially in the procurement world, is a key topic, is a key trend. Then you have master data management, because if you don't have the data of right quality, it will be garbage in, garbage out. Performance management to make sure that we have the right analytics. SNU and CRM. SNU is social news, how your demand is impacted by what is happening on social media. CRM, how you manage your customer relationship. And then, of course, SNOP and governance. And these enablers, with these foundations around people process, then you can bring in machine learning, because you have all the, let's say, right fundamental stages in your organization to capitalize on ML and AI. So that is it from our side. In case you have any questions, we'll be happy to take them. Any questions, comment, feedback, remarks? So you can use it across different verticals, automotive, heavy engineering, petrochemical, oil and gas. Wherever you have raw material and finished good planning, you can use our system. So we have our customers across CPG, retail, luxury, pharma, F&B, food, grocery, automotive, heavy engineering, industrials, oil and gas, petrochemicals. So wherever you have the notion of raw material planning, finished good planning, sourcing or procurement, you can use the system. Any further questions? In that case, thank you for your attention and wish you a good day.
طيب, thank you all. Now we will invite Abdurrahman Abdallan again, the CEO and President of Organizing Committee.
السلام عليكم, مساكم الله بالخير. شكرا للي بقوا. ان شاء الله see you next year ان شاء الله تعالى. October 4th and 5th ان شاء الله تعالى. It could be ان شاء الله it will be better with your advices, your suggestions and recommendations. We are open for any suggestions. And by the way, this conference for you and not for us. It's from you and to you, inshallah ta'ala. And thank you and see you inshallah ta'ala. Thank you very much.
Thank you all and see you inshallah in the upcoming event 4 and 5 October 2023. Thank you all.